Tes. Testing one, two, three, testing. Eh, udah live belum? Dah, dah. Iya.
Lead the way, light in the future, share the wisdom to the spirit of his son. Revelation and wisdom, shall excel, shall obey. Merging faith and knowledge, we the Khalifa will fulfill the amal.
Kan baru on testing one, two. Halo, halo. Ada kan? Ada. Ini pasti ya. Master Liver. Hello. Testing, testing. Okay. Mata boleh pasang.
Testing cubaan 1 2 3.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Distinguished presenters, esteemed colleagues, and honored participants, welcome to this session of the AHAS KIRKHS Tawhidic Epistemology Congress 2025. Today marks the third day of the Congress, and this session will feature a total of 9 papers. The first 3 will be convened by the Department of Arabic Language and Literature, followed by 5 papers convened by the Department of Communication. I am Nurul Afika binti Muhammad Kamal, and it is my honor to serve as the moderator for this first part of this session. Before we begin, I would like to outline how this session will be conducted. Each presenter will be given 15 minutes for the presentation, and the timekeeper will signal when there is 1 minute remaining. The Q&A session will be conducted after all 3 papers have been presented. Without further ado, I would like to call upon Dr. Mai Jianjun to present his paper. Please welcome.
Jazakallah khair. Yeah. Okay. Barakallah. Alhamdulillah. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والعاقبة للمتقين والصلاة والسلام على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Dr. Mai Jianjun Mahmoud. I'm from China. Today I'm going to present a chapter I titled Islamic Generalism during the Republic of China. The background of this chapter is about the Hui Muslim. The Hui is the largest Muslim ethnic group in China. Population around 50 to 60 million. Of course, official figures much lower. And the Hui Muslim in China are the descendants of Arab and Persian merchants who settled in China during the 7th century, and as well as the Muslim migrants from Central Asia in the 13th century. Over time, these multiracial, multi-ethnic groups, they formed a new group after generations of intermarriage with Chinese, as well as among themselves. So they form a new ethnic group called the Hui. So this group, the ethnicity of this group is solely based on Islam. So Islam is the foundation of ethnic identity of the Hui Muslims. Since its birth, the Hui Muslims sometimes referred by scholars as Chinese Muslims because we look like Chinese. Over time, these Hui Muslims have been undertaking great challenges to preserve their Islamic faith while at the same time integrating to the mainstream society. So this generalism, it took place in the 20th century during the time of a republic in China. This is responding, this chapter examines key Islamic generalism during China's republic era, repositioning it within the broader history of Islamic revivalism, rather than treating it merely as ethnic cultural activism. The study addresses a significant gap in scholarship, as previous Western and Chinese academic works have largely overlooked the religious dimensions of Hui publications, instead emphasizing social, political, and cultural factors and providing secular nationalist interpretations. This study is part of effort to rewrite the history of China's Hui Muslim by re-examining and reinterpreting their journalistic activism during the Republic of China through an Islamic lens. So it's from this perspective, we can say this is part of Islamization of knowledge. We need to reinterpret the data, according to Professor Farouk. Right? Islamization of knowledge is to re-examine, reinterpret the data. So this is what I'm going to do, inshallah. And the contribution, this study offers important insights into how Hui Muslims during the Republic of China proactively responded to social and political changes in Chinese society by employing Islamic journalism not merely as a medium of communication, but as a strategic tool for advancing the cause of Islam and safeguarding Hui Muslims' identity. The structure of the chapter is introduction, literature review, the Hui and Islam, the rise of Hui journalism, the main characteristics of the Hui Islamic journalism. Then I include a case study. Then the last part is conclusion. The key arguments include that Hui journalism was fundamentally a religious project, not a cultural movement. Because previously, and especially in Chinese literature, the Hui journalism was interpreted as a cultural movement. As he called Hui cultural movement, emphasizing Hui's, how do you say, they consider this as culture, nothing to do with religion. And my paper is going to argue that this is basically a religious project to protect, to revive the Islamic faith among the Hui Muslim communities and safeguarding their Islamic faith. And the Hui Islamic journalism manifested three distinct and interconnected forms of consciousness: religious consciousness, political, as well as transnational ummatic consciousness. The religious consciousness referred to the Hui Muslim communities' heightened awareness of Islamic identity and commitment to religious revival during the Republican period. So through the Hui Islamic press, journals, they try to revive. The main aims is to revive the Islamic faith among Hui Muslim communities. So this is religious consciousness. And second is political consciousness. Previously, before Republic of China, the Hui Muslims, most of the time is apolitic. They don't get involved into the politics of in China. Rather, they try to have been, due to the social-political pressures, especially religious discrimination in China, so try to keep low profile. They never try to get involved into politics. But since the Republic of China, they changed their attitude towards politics. Instead of apolitic, now they move to active political participation during this time. So the political consciousness reflected clearly, evidently in their journal. Then transnational ummatic consciousness refers to the Hui Muslim community's systematic efforts during the Republican period to reconnect with and actively participate in the broader global Muslim Ummah. During this time, the Hui Muslims, through journals, and they reported the news, informations, affairs of Muslims in other countries, and also they send scholars to visit these Muslim countries, reconnect with the Muslim Ummah. Before that, during the teen and mean times, the connection between Chinese Muslims and the Muslim other countries is quite limited. Starting from Republican period, this connection has been started growing. And so that this is clearly reflected in the Hui journalism during this time. So the conclusion is this study examines the practice of Islamic journalism among the Hui Muslims during the Republic of China, and Hui Islamic journalism characterized by religious, political, and translational ummatic consciousness represents an embodiment of Islamic da'wah. And that's all from me, and thank you very much. Jazakumullah khairan kaseeran. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Doctor, for that insightful presentation. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Muhammad Mohiuddin to present his paper. Please welcome.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen wa salatu wa salamu ala nabi al-Amin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in amma ba'd. Distinguished professors and colleagues, brothers and sisters, and thank you, MC moderator. So, first of all, welcome to this very short 15 minutes presentation of a complete, full chapter. So, inshallah, I will try to just present some key insights and also findings that we are looking for on this particular topic, which is ethical engagement in AI-driven digital communication, a Quranic perspective. So I am Muhammad Mohiuddin with Associate Professor Dr. Tengku Siti Aisha, who is here, already here. So thank you. So let's proceed. This chapter is going to examine today's ethical dimensions communicating, like in digital communication, including various platforms of communication, which is AI-driven, and like including text and communication, video, presentation and video, promotion or sharing things in various platforms of communication from the lens of Quranic perspective, which are divine values and principles mentioned in the Quran. So as AI rapidly increasing today, and we know which also increases the interactions of human in many areas of communication. So here Quran underscores values, which is I mentioned here, basically these four: sidq, al-adl, respect, ihtiram, which is also karama, which is karama in the Quran, and also accountability, mas'uliyah. So these values offer a robust framework for guiding these AI-driven communication platforms and activities and others. So we will try to see either this in this age of science and technology, we know that AI is now being more dependent for like people, for human being, including academics and researchers and others, and even our generation, you see. So and in communication, digital communication, how the tools and mechanism and also techniques are being processed and developed, then deployed. This is in globally, it's two huge. I mean, it's rapidly growing, so as we all know. But the challenge is now, we can see here 5.4 billion like internet users, and nearly 4 billion users on social media, as we know, all in like TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube and others, many platforms. So we can see the dependency of a human being on AI and also social media platforms. So recent statistics disclose the extent of technological transformation. Nearly 40% of global job, they estimate, and they think that is going to be like, depend on AI in this study in this year 2025. Yeah. So, and 83 million jobs could be lost due to AI. And we know nowadays, in many cafes, restaurants, they used to have more than like, for example, 10 staff, now only 2 staff, you see. And sometimes, in many offices in Western countries, you will see they needed, for example, 10, staffs and also the clerks and others, but now, no, only 3. Others, other activities and also official jobs are being, operated by computer generated system and other things. So these are the challenge, but the propagation of a power platforms has presented both opportunities and challenges. Here we can see, of course, Islam doesn't deny the opportunities of AI and other technologies, right? So Islam always, is practical and to adapt with the contemporary advancements and technologies, of course, upholding principles. So here, that's why incorporation of artificial intelligence, AI, into communication platforms has raised a complex ethical dilemmas now. Yes, in many, in operations, in activities, in sharing information or data analysis, collection of data, and also a dissemination of data, and many other areas. So research also denotes that 65% global AI systems exhibit noteworthy, biases in decision making, algorithm biases. So this is very much clear to us. And also another challenge, which is 80% of AI applications are designed to achieve economic efficiency. But Islam doesn't only say to focus on economic efficiency. Islam also want to, ensure social justice and also respect and dignity. So that's why we choose this topic to highlight and to study and to present or develop a framework which is a Quranic principle-based and values-based. So that's why I say the urgency of ethical considerations in AI discourse here, and gender shades and rapid advancement in AI technologies, in of course in digital communication, which is like increasing rapidly the ethical concerns in all areas, even in our fields as well, we can see here. And gender shades, we can see here disinformation, misinformation, which is like leads to infodemic, right? So now you can see people are, even huge, we can say the share of fake news and fabricated information, and also, deep fake things. So all these are the challenges now. That's why urgency of ethical considerations here we mentioned. There are some others fact that we cannot deny, as AI is being used also to weaponize, of AI in information, like for example Cold War, and also the information war. Now we can see in West how they Western medias and channels are being biased, right? And also promoting fake and fake news and disinformation towards others. And also now you will see the war of, we can say, information, the war of digital systems and other things are already has started, actually started in the global stage. And most alarming development is this is the one weaponizing the AI. And I think I will skip some slides because most important thing is the framework, which is we related these issues, I mean, with the Quranic insights, how we can study this AI development and also the computer generated techniques and systems from the lens of Quranic values and characteristics. Here, we mentioned we can focus on only two things. One is maqasid al-sharia, which is like preservation of human dignity, hibzul ard, and also other deen, religions and nafs, and all these are actually interconnected. You see nowadays, due to fabricated information or fake or deep fake pictures, photos, people are in danger. You know, some people go for, you know, suicides, and you know, it leads to social destruction and also leads to danger of human health. So that's why we are going to study and from the Maqasid al-Sharia perspective as well. And number two is these are the characteristics and values, including adl, amana, and maslaha, which is the well-being of human being. So in fact, the objective, main and key objective of Islam, Maqasid al-Sharia, are not daruriyat, hajiyat, and tahsiniyat. These are the we can say the categorization. And after that, of course, we have hifzul deen, hifzul nafs, hifzul ard, hifzul mal. All these are the, you know, categorization. But the main al-maqsad al-shari'i is the well-being of individuals and the society. Islam always wants to ensure the healthy individuals and healthy society, where people can live with peace and harmony. This is the main objective of Sharia. And all this, you know, categorization work for that. Okay? So that's why we will study on then karama, as I mentioned, which is also including hurma, which is the preserving, you know, someone's privacy and protecting others' privacy is also important in Islam. And Tawheed, of course, divine unity. So Tawheed is always there, where we can see in deep the reflection of unity. Tawheed always gives us this message of unity. Okay, now this is the principal framework for ethical AI communication. We are going to, inshallah, develop this framework and also of course include in this chapter. Number one is co-architectural components. The framework will be based on these components. For example, number one, Tawheedic foundation layer, which is, as I mentioned, divine unity. So when we talk about divine unity, how Prophet ﷺ did it in Medina, including others, non-Muslim and Muslim. So the message is there. So how we can ensure divine unity if we don't have social justice, if we do not ensure peace and harmony within the society? So in AI, you know, power communication techniques and channels, these tools and channels should be working to ensure peace and harmony, not to you know, harm people, not to violate, you know, the society and people, right? So number two is Maqasid Sharia, as I mentioned. Number three, Islamic governance. Okay, under the Islamic governance, you will see here in Islam, in the Quran, al-wuduh, transparency should be there. Okay, ensuring clarity in as we know, algorithm processes where people are being discriminated, right? some people, for example, due to their race or maybe color, skin color and other, in the areas of hiring, job hiring and also maybe getting the information, access, limited access. So Islam say no, you cannot do that. Everyone should have the same access and also right for the job and other thing. Okay, number 2 is beneficence is ihsan. Ihsan is, of course, what you do, you need to always think that I'm going to do this to benefit others. So thinking about others and to benefit society and people, okay? Number 3 is privacy protection, hibzul khususiyya, hibzul ard. This is, it's also very hibzul ird, important, accountability, which is mas'uliyya. And of course, la darar, preventing harm is like, you cannot harm someone at the beginning. Even in Prophet Islam's life, he never attacked anybody at the beginning. Yeah? Oh, only 1 minute. It's okay. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, no worry. So, in Medina also, he never attacked others. Even the all the battles and ghazawat were to defend Islam and themselves, the Muslims. He never started. So this is our lesson. Okay. So here number 2 will be this framework, how to implement. So here we mentioned, for example, continuous monitoring framework and the design integration, multi-stakeholders governance, paced development process. So yes, of course, when our chapter will be published, you will read, you will get it right. So I'm not going to explain here. Just I will focus only the key point. Number 3 is operational guidelines, how to operate this framework. And when we are going to operate this standard and also the framework, then there should be some ethics and also a system. So we are going to put this framework in the system. So never mind, when we establish a system, no matter who comes, who goes, it doesn't matter. So the system is there, so automatically you can run the things within the Islamic principles here. Okay, and quality assurance mechanism also for ethical AI communication, including Islamic ethics review process, community engagement protocols, impact assessment framework, and performance metrics. So here, last one is integration with global standards. Here also I mentioned here pluralist, ethical, enhanced benchmarking, cultural sensitivity requirements, international collaboration mechanism, adaptive framework design. So what for example, there will be some sort of assessment, individualism, for example, in Islam from the Quranic perspective, muraqabah and muhasabah. So muraqabah, how you monitor yourself, what you did. For example, the whole day, what I did at the night, before I sleep, let's think what I did, anything wrong or bad. So then you can see how you monitor yourself. Then you do muhasabah, assess yourself, evaluate yourself. So including that, and within the institution and the framework, we should have another committee, which is the review committee, for example, from the AI expert or technical expert and also Islamic scholar and others. So we should have a body to monitor and to assess. So then only we can work together. And this framework should be also timely and practical, because the world is going to advancement, and the advancement maybe nobody knows. Only 3 seconds, yeah, I can see. So the framework should be always, you can say refined. When you see something you need to adapt, yes, yeah, you go for that. And you change something and then you improve it. So that one is very important as well, timely. So inshallah, we believe that this chapter will benefit us and others to ensure our activities and our practices and also interactions with others, with technologies, computers should be based on principles and values of Islam and Quran. And thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
It's okay, I will feel good. Thank you, Doctor, for the insightful presentation. I will now invite Associate Professor Dr. Amelia Muhammad Ramli to present her paper. Please welcome.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. Okay. Now, my paper is on inculcating Islamic environmental ethics through proverbs, Malay proverbs. And Malay proverbs mostly are connected with nature. So there is something there on environmentalism. Oh, okay. Okay. So Islam is a religion that provides comprehensive guidelines for everything. And nowadays we are talking about sustainable development and so on because our planet is facing a lot of problems with the environment. So one of the fields in environmentalism is environmental ethics, which is to calculate, which is to come up with guidelines on how to behave, okay, so that we don't destroy our environment. So I've taken my framework from this book, Etika Alam Iskita from Dalam Islam, or Environmental Ethics in Islam, which was recently published by CASIS. And this CASIS is a school of philosophical studies. And I know that maybe some of you know that it is headed by our main scholar on Tawhidic epistemology, which is Professor Said Muhammad Nakib Al-Atas. Okay? So Khalif Muammar is one of the lecturers there, and I've taken this environmental ethics from his book, which provides a very clear guideline on how to treat the environment. So according to Khalif, mankind's place within this paradigm of creation is only to safeguard the environment rather than to own it. And this is a very important distinction from the Christian idea of the environment as being owned by mankind. So mankind can do whatever they want to do. And even, even in the humanist philosophical school, they have this idea that the environment is something that can be used to benefit mankind, okay? And mankind therefore does not have any responsibility to it. But Islam is the foreground, it has, it's at the forefront of this idea of environmentalism, because at the very beginning of mankind, we had been asked to safeguard, to take care of the environment rather than to treat it, based on our whims and fancies. So in his book, it provides a list of ethical behavior and attitude that represents the Islamic environmental ethics. And the first is zuhud, which is practicing a moderate way of life. Okay? So nowadays we have this inclination. Most of the people around us, they like to be rich, right? That is the aim of most people. But in this zuhud way of life, we do not practice that, because we have to look at this world as something that we have to safeguard, and then we have to live moderately. The key is to live moderately. Nowadays, in the West, there is a movement called minimalism. Minimalism actually encourages people to be very mindful about what they buy. Okay, but Islam has already come up with this minimalistic school. Okay, at the very beginning of our creation, and that is to live as in a zuhud way of life. Okay, so another important attribute is just, to be adil. And then this requires humanity's commitment to cultivate other associated qualities such as reciprocity and also equitability. Okay, and the knowledge, and the third one is the knowledge of and obedience to practice or prohibit that what is permitted and what is unpermitted, or halal and haram. You have to know what is halal, what is haram. And the last quality is to work collaboratively with every party involved. So this is one of the key ideas of environmentalism also, which is to foster collaboration. Okay. So I've taken, my study focuses on proverbs because most people, when they talk about environmental ethics, they talk about science and technology and how to help improve our planet through scientific and innovative findings. Okay, but I think that the people in the art sector, okay, the humanities can also provide some kind of guideline as to how to practice environmental ethics. And I look at proverbs that kind of like encourage people to practice zuhud, for example. And these are some of the proverbs here. Apa kurang pada belida, sisik ada, tulang pun ada. So this is, I think, I apologize if anyone here does not know how to speak Malay or doesn't understand Malay. But this proverb simply says, what is wrong with belida? Belida, by the way, okay, what is belida? Okay, not many people will know, right? Okay, belida is a kind of fish. Okay, so what is wrong with the belida? It has scales, it has bones. So why do we aspire to be rich? In a way, the proverb is trying to say that why do we aspire to be rich when we can live, as we are? There's no need to be more rich than what we are. We can live moderately. And then gajah berak besar, kancil pun hendak berak besar. Okay, so this is quite funny, right? The berak means to produce feces, okay, to produce waste. Gajah is elephant. I will read it in the English translation. The mouse deer desire to produce feces like those of the elephant. So this is what it means. Why does the kancil, can the kancil produce feces or waste as big as those of the elephant? And that is impossible, right? So this is trying to say that, why do you want to be as rich as the elephant? Elephant in the Malay traditional culture means somebody is a kind of like a metaphor for rich people, because in the past only rich people actually can own elephants, like some people who own horses, right? And they will use them to fight, to hunt also. Okay, to fight with each other in battles and so on. So the next one is orang kaya jangan diangan-angan, orang miskin jangan dihina. Okay, so we must kind of like admire people who are living moderately rather than those who are rich. So in the next environmental ethics, we have adil and ihsan. Okay, I don't think I have to explain adil and ihsan here. So let's go to the proverb themselves. Hati gajah sama dilapah, hati kuman sama dicecah. Have you eaten the heart of an elephant? Okay, that's not something that people would serve, or even the heart of a mosquito. It's too small, right? Okay. So what this means basically is that you shouldn't, you should treat everyone equitably. To what? I mean, you should give them the treatment that they deserve according to their ranks. Okay, this is a form of adil also. If somebody were, for example, a rich person would, for example, do something that is corrupt, so the punishment should be bigger because of the status of that person. But if a poor person were to steal something from the supermarket, the punishment shouldn't be very what do you call that? Very severe, because it's like a small punishment. It's small. Small misdeed on his behalf. So then we have also other main proverbs, popular proverbs that people hear every day. For example, orang berbudi kita berbahasa, orang memberi kita merasa. This is adil also, to treat people as they treat us, to treat them well, and we treat them, we get treated well as well. So seruas tebu berulat, seruas dibuangkan. This is if you have something wrong, if somebody has done something wrong, then do not punish that person beyond what that person had done. So punish that person accordingly. This is what the proverb is saying. So this is the concept of adil and also ihsan. Okay, and then you also have the concept of halal and haram. So in the proverbs, kalau baik jadikan teladan, kalau jahat jadikan sepadan. Okay, this is a normal proverb. It means to do good is to provide something exemplary, and to do bad is to provide an example of what you should not do. So yang baik dipakai, yang buruk dibuang. Okay, this is, if good you use it, and if bad you avoid from it. Jangan sampai sesat barat, 10 kali diukur, sekali dikerat. This is like a proverb that encourages you to be cautious about what you do, so that whenever you want to do something, make sure that it's halal, not haram. Okay, so you should be careful about everything that you do. And we also have mutual cooperation and consensus, which is the last guideline in this environmental ethics. And one of the example is berat sama dipikul, ringan sama dijinjing. So the most, when I studied about sustainable development and what our previous rector, Professor Zulkifli, had done, one of the things that I studied about in SDG is that there is a need for collaboration, because environmental ethics cannot be something that you yourself, it's not done alone, it's done in collaboratively, so in order to be successful. So in Malay proverbs, we also have this kind of teaching, and this is, it encourages us to think of everything that we can do collaboratively in order to make it a success, the deed itself a success. So another proverb is tuah kerbau gemuk, tuah lambung berisi, tuah manusia semua bakat. So our success actually depends on our working together and achieving consensus. Okay, that this is a success of any project, I believe. So in a nutshell, Malay Proverbs has a treasure house of wisdom that is able to provide guidance towards sustainable development. Okay? So I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for that fruitful presentation. Alhamdulillah, we have now listened to three insightful papers. We will now proceed with a short discussion and Q&A session. The floor is open for questions, comments, or reflections from the audience.
Assalamualaikum, Dr. Mehdi here. This is not a question or a comment, just a reflection on Dr. Muhyiddin's presentation. Right, I think it's a very good presentation, and it kind of reveals to me the importance of looking at things from a maqasid perspective, because now when we think about AI is about cognitive offloading, right? And we have research by MIT that suggests that the use of AI damages the brain long term. So therefore, I think from this perspective, you can see it as like a preservation of intellect, right? So that's my reflection on that.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So again, I think Dr. Muhyiddin, one remark for your presentation. There's a very good presentation. Also, I think if you look at the topic of AI now, this is one of the most hottest topic in research now. So I would suggest, other than the book chapter, perhaps you should think about expanding it for projects and grants, because this, I'm speaking as HOR now. No, because I've seen all the titles that are in, like the trendy titles. It is AI, and also the Emilia, sustainability. So I think those two topics are actually very much one of the hot topics in the market now. And one of the gaps that I've seen is that there's not many focusing on Islamic ethics in terms of the AI point of view, which I think yours would fit nicely for that. So perhaps I would chase you for the next FRGS. And Dr. Emilia, yours too, because I think that's very good to have. No, it's okay. It's just a remark. When you talk about sustainability, we have always seen it from the science and technology perspective, and we have not seen it from the humanities or the arts perspective. And what you have bring forward is one of the most, I would say, one of the much needed in humanity. So I think I cannot say much about the first one. Sorry, I came a bit late, but I think so far I'm enjoying the two presentations. So other than the book chapter, of course, which I will chase also, the projects and grants, I think that one is also another avenue for these two topics. Right, so thank you. There's the
I want to say something because Dr. Ruby also has given us what kind of a calling, an advertisement, right, for those who are interested in AI and I think holding positions in the AI center or something like that. I think that this is because of the recent development in our universities across Malaysia because they are establishing AI centers. Okay, but if I were the person who's in charge of the department, okay, I would say that we should establish a center for ethics. That would be more meaningful because if we have a center for ethics, we have under that center for AI ethics, okay, or environmental ethics, and then other types of ethics. This is more meaningful than developing something that is related to AI. Yeah? When we have AI, the focus is on AI, on developing it, right? But if we have the focus on ethics, then there is more emphasis on ethics. But AI will be a major component of that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Okay, I got the second question. Maybe Dr. Mahmoud. Okay, where's Dr. Mahmoud? Because I came a bit late. Okay. Okay, I got your second question. Yes. For Hui Afi community, of course, over there. The Hui community, I think, is formed during Yuan dynasty. That one is beginning from 13th century until end of Ming dynasty. The Hui community formed. Of course, Islam entered China before that. Before that, Islam, the history of Islam in China, as old as Islam history itself. Yes, yes. Now we are tracing a document even to Prophet Alaihi Salam his time, because during after Hudaybiyah Treaty, Hudaybiyah Treaty, the Islamic history tells us after Hudaybiyah Treaty signed, Rasulullah sent his emissaries to all world major powers. So that time China was a major power, one of the major powers. The Tang dynasty. It's the epithet of the Chinese history, Until today, the China, the proud of Tang dynasty. Yes. So I'm sure emissaries from Rasulullah arrived China, but so far in Islam history, I couldn't find any document on Islam history or history book or any proof, So what was your first question? Political revival. Okay. 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 Our history. Okay. Our conditions like this. We are minority, very tiny minority compared to Chinese population. According to this statistic of government, all minorities composed of only 2.5%, including all Muslim community. Yes, 2.5% only.
Roughly, yeah. But if we follow the government statistic, it shows we have 22 million Muslims there, including 10 ethnics. 10 ethnics. We may be the biggest number amongst the Muslims. Then followed by this Uyghur, they have 10 million. Then followed by other minor groups. Some groups like the Tongsha, they have only less than 10,000, I think, the numbers. Yes. So we have 10 ethnics. Uyghur, the biggest. We have Tajik, Kyrgyz, or all the Central Asia people. Yeah, we have in China. Mostly living now reside in Xinjiang of China. Yes. About the revival of Islam, our situation always depends on this government freedom. How much freedom the government, respect the government, including the imperialism. Freedom give to us. Just like that the past 20 years, the communist government give us freedom, religious practice, 25 years. So our culture, religious culture, this education flourished. But now close it again. Close it again. And not allowed. As you have heard, that's the masjid, the gubba, they're changing, replacing now with the Chinese traditional building structures. So that is restriction, from the government. We cannot do anything. We are powerless. So freedom for us is very, very important. Yeah, freedom. So revival exists. We exist. Whenever the government opened a little bit, allowed us to practice, free practice, there's a revival. I'm going to write an article on this one, especially literary culture. I mean the revival in translation of the Islamic works into Chinese, or translation of this, including the research on Islam, in past 25 years, we produced a lot of the works, including non-Muslims, because Chinese laws is just like very fresh in the area, Whoever study on that one, very easy to produce, to carry out your project, very easy, because the document, the original document, abundant, very easy for you to produce the work, Okay, that's my comments. I hope I have answered, because I missed the Dr. Mas presentation. I have a question to Dr. Muhyiddin, yes, about this AI, yes. AI. Do you have time to discuss? You have, huh? Okay, thank you very much. AI field, yes, just emerging and developing. It's also comments to sister, AI is not developed by a Muslim, any Muslim country, right? I came from the West, yes, from where they don't apply any religious ethics, right? Akhlaq, they don't apply, yes. Actually, why AI is not developed in a Muslim world? Because for us, for Muslims, before we do anything, we must think, whether this will comply with Sharia or not. Just haram or halal. Then that's one. I think this is one of the biggest problem for us Muslims, Yes. For scientific research, we cannot apply. I will always tell my students, scientific research, we cannot apply this Islam ethics, cannot. If you apply, finish. You can never emerge, never come out. Any invention. Why this inventions, any invention, modern inventions are not happened, not produced by a Muslim? Why? Research. Yes, because we applied, our ethics before we do anything. Muslim world, we have 56 Muslim majority nations. No one is leading in science. production scientific, items, anything, right? Anything. We must think on this one. You see, inside this environment, you say, which one is produced by Muslim? Which one? None. No one. All Muslims, we start ponder, we start think, deeply inside this one. Thank you very much. Barakallah. Of course, that is just my comments, you okay? Yeah.
Okay, actually, contributions of Muslims and scientists also undeniable, yeah. Since Professor Islam and after him, our golden era. So we should remember always our golden era. What they did, like all the Muslim scholars, including Ibn Sina, Farabi, Khawarizmi, all this, and intellectual in philosophy, Imam al-Ghazali, Ibn al-Qayyim al-Jawzi, so they contributed a lot. And even in the areas of science and also medicine, in all social sciences and hard sciences as well. Chemistry, in Kimia, al-Jawzi, and there are many scholars. So, but of course, due to our weakness, we lost this leadership in the areas of knowledge and sciences. This is what you mentioned. But we cannot reject. Yeah, now for example, I'm using this. You say, for example, this one invented by non-Muslim, but I'm using. Without this, I cannot, on Friday, if there is no mic, another issue, another problem. If there is no aircon, we cannot survive. So we cannot deny. If you want to give or compare with Professor Islam's first time, when Muslims were very weak in education, in language, what he did, he appointed Waraqa ibn Nawfal, right? Who knew the language of Hebrew, right? Then he asked him to teach and educate other Muslims these languages, right? So this is one of the example that we cannot deny the inventions of non-Muslims. So what we should do, we should get the good of them, utilize for good. Then of course, if there is something bad, we reject. This is why we mention ethics should be applied in these innovations and developments and scientific development, because we want to utilize these for good, right? So that's why we are talking about ethics. It's not like that we are not applying or we are not trying to invent something. This is also a kind of innovation, intellectual innovation. So what we are doing is also intellectual innovation. And now, of course, Muslims are working, who knows, maybe in future, again, the leadership of Muslims will return, inshallah, who knows. So this is what we need to try. All of us need to try. But there is no way of denying advancement and other things. If you see also there, of course, what they invented also based on what they learned in the Quran and Islam. Yes, because non-Muslims study Quran and prophetic practices more than us. That's why they invented these things. So they also refer to divine source. Is our source, our knowledge. So this is a competitive world. So they are studying more, we are studying less. For example, our daily life is wake up in the morning, come to the university, go to the class, then after they go back home and sleep. That's it. Every day we are doing this. Of course, not all. But what they do, they always think, do research, and try to, initiate things, and I also apply in the community, and they are doing research and innovation, So what is the percentage of research in the Muslim world? As you mentioned, 57 countries. Very less, very less. And we always excuse it, of course, we do not have budget. If we want to apply for a research project, everyone will reject you. They say no budget, no budget. Then Muslim countries can invest trillion in the US, in the West. Who says we do not have money, we do not have sources? We do have resources, we do have money. But no one is using ethically. That's why we need to again return to the ethics. So we need to educate Muslims of this ethics, how to utilize, how to, benefit Muslims from our own resources. So hopefully, inshallah, one day Muslim will realize and bring this leadership back, inshallah. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much. I would like to disagree with Dr. Ma, first of all. Because he said now about 25 million Muslims in China. But when I was young, when I was a schoolboy, I read in the National Geographic, the number is actually 50 over a million then. That was how many years ago? 50 years ago. So it's either the statistics is wrong or was not done properly because they don't register anyone, the citizen, as Muslim. And they are so afraid to consider themselves Muslim because of the pressure, political pressure in the country. So as a result, the number going down further. Or maybe the Chinese has more children than Muslim. No, it's not the case, right? Normally Muslims have more children than Chinese. So I think we have to look again at the statistic and try to rationalize why such number has gone down. And again, we were talking about nature and the ethics in nature. And you quoted many Malay maxims just now. But I think this Ikhwan al-Safa, 9th century, they have already been talking about this. The microcosmos and the microcosmos. That man is the bigger world, and the bigger world is human being. No, that's their doctrine. Okay? So no matter how we look at those doctrines, but those are the fundamental doctrine in Islamic thought and philosophy. That say you have to take care of the environment or else you will destroy your own self. Finally. And this was already in the 9th century, and Syed Hussein Nas, for example, spoke about this in 1957 in the Armstrong lecture, I think, Australia, Man and Nature, was translated into Malay recently. And Nuruddin Araniri spoke about this in Aceh, the doctrine of creation, and he has another doctrine, the doctrine of the end of the world. If we put together, it will be very nice, the beginning and the end. So we have this in Malay, dalam bahasa Melayu di Aceh, dikeluarkan di Aceh. So maybe that is, I think, is more fundamental than what we call as ethical. What we call ethical. Ethical is everything, and everybody has ethical, even without any doctrines which are related to the environment directly, it can still be called ethical, right? So that's my opinion and also my suggestion that we go to the more the root of the problem. Thank you so much.
Barakallahu feek, thank you. I just respond to Prof's comments. Yeah, regarding the statistic of Muslim China, because yeah, I read that 50 million Muslim, that figure, yes. That was published during the Civil War of China. It is rough estimate, not totally. Yes, not totally. I think we should trust this, the communist government their statistics, because that is door-to-door survey, based on door-to-door survey. Yes. But 50 million, I think not real, not real, because that time the China was in civil war. This the exactly no statistics, not possible, not possible. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Just Assalamualaikum, my dear beloved colleagues and students. I see a few in the hall. My question, maybe more like a comment, would be to some of the things that were mentioned earlier, in particular for Dr. Aisha and then Dr. Mohin and one of the comments made earlier. I think the next decade and so on, like moving forward, right? The challenge for the teaching sort of staff on our side, we're dealing with students who have both actual real intelligence and also artificial intelligence. So in truth, like this Congress is moving in the right direction to set us up for the next couple of years or so, right? Which I find quite refreshing, and I think I agree a bit with the comments on ethics, right? The challenges of the future isn't just going to be AI and ethics. There will also be things like, particularly if we look at the trends in the last 5 years or so, ethical challenges in sort of traditional things like war and peace, because big questions about ethics will sort of come and haunt us again. So insofar as preparing the students and where our sort of mindset should be, hopefully we're moving in the right direction. The second one would be, I'm surprised, absolutely surprised, why Al-Khwarizmi isn't like a household name nowadays, given his contributions and the popularity and the emergence of AI, right? Algorithms and so on. In fact, I would argue and push it a bit more and say we're living in a golden age of Al-Khwarizmi, because it's sort of like the, what we're seeing today is like a, what do you call it? Like you're taking it to almost like a conclusion to what is possible in terms of the formalization of mathematical processes, mathematical steps, and so on and so forth. So maybe just a suggestion for the AI Center unit, what we were called. Maybe we popularize it and sort of reclaim it a bit, because of course the fundamental building blocks of what we see today in this sort of zenith, some of you might call it, has a lot to do with the contributions of Al-Khwarizmi in particular. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the thoughtful questions and remarks, and I extend my appreciation to the presenters for their insightful responses. Alhamdulillah, with the completion of the Q&A, we have now reached the conclusion of the first part of this session. On behalf of the department and Kuliah, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to our presenters for their valuable insights and to the audience for your active participation. We shall now continue with the remaining 5 papers, which will be conveyed by our respected colleagues from the Department of Communication. It has been an honor for me to serve as the moderator for this part of the session. I now pass the floor to the Department of Communication. Thank you.
And good morning. So we'll continue with the second session. Most of the topics will be revolving communication. So without further ado, I will call our first presenter, Dr. Aida Mohtar and Dr. Muhammad Fuad Sawari. Okay, will be presenting on fiqh of communication, foundational principles in the Quran and Sunnah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm going to be presenting on behalf of Associate Professor Dr. Fuad because he is doing something. Yeah, he's got another meeting. So I'll just do that then, and I have to change the slides like this, right? Right. So I am the co-author of the chapter, the fiqh of communication, ethical insights for our global society. So basically it starts off with why communication is important, right? We take it for granted perhaps that we need to, communicate effectively. As we mentioned just, as we often hear, communication is so important that, it's hard to keep things going. It's the whole idea of sharing knowledge and working, collaborating, working with others and getting things going, and even, sharing this, right, on Tawhidic epistemology and communication and other areas. I mean, we need to communicate, of course. We need to communicate about it. It's, well, I'm a person who likes to also, I like to present in several conferences and seminars, even abroad. And I realize that it is, you sort of, when you communicate, especially when you zoom into Tawhidic epistemology, it's a bit hard, isn't it? To mention this to Westerners, for example, they wouldn't be as accommodating, right? They wouldn't understand it. So you have to keep your topic to being very universal and, and more in terms of, because the whole idea is you want your communication, your presentation to be effective, to be understood well and accepted, isn't it, right? By everybody who's listening. So in Islam, communication is not neutral. It carries moral and ethical responsibilities. And whoever believes in Allah and the last day should speak good or remain silent. Of course, in IIUM it's easier to mention this. When you go to any other university, all right, perhaps, okay, whenever I present, I tend to be less specifically Islamic, but implicitly Islamic, you know what I mean? It's not easy because you will perhaps get people who don't agree with you, and that's how people are, even in the industry. I'm going to be talking about marketing in my presentation, and I will tell you what I face when I communicate about the Islamic perspective of advertising, Islamic perspective of marketing. People in the industry have a different take on it, right? So universal lesson is that words carry weight. And this is, for us, like I said, in IIM is easier because we've been trained in this. We just throw out, we just bring up Islam and Tawhidic epistemology and so forth. But when you go out there, it's a different ball game. It's a different crowd that you're dealing with. So we have Islamic rulings on speech. We have wajib, right? Obligatory, mandub, recommended. So it's wajib to tell the truth, giving testimony, in terms of giving testimony, encouraging good, giving sincere advice, yeah, which is recommended, permissive, mubah, neutral discussions, casual talk without harm, makruh, which is discouraged, excessive or aimless talk, right? Excessive joking, argument without benefit, and of course haram. We have lying, gossip, slander, mockery, which is, which are basically not permissible. And we're very much we understand this, we try and practice it, yeah, and the best way that we can, of course, yeah, the best that we can. So 4 timeless traits of effective communicators, we want to, be truthful in our communication. We understand this. What does truthful mean? When we communicate, we need to have the evidence. We need to, do our research. We need to cite academically, right? We need to come up with case studies and whatnot. So, yeah, we need to have some sort of evidence to reflect the truthfulness of what we say. Trustworthiness, yeah, keep promises, protect privacy, responsible delivery, we need to be clear, relevant, purposeful, and wisdom, the right message, right time, right way. So there are 4 timeless traits of effective communicators according to the prophetic model of communication. So we have ethical and unethical speech. Just now we mentioned about ethics, yeah, we have the whole idea of being truthful, respectful, purposeful, confidential. Lying, mocking, idle gossip, betraying trust, and so forth, of course, are not acceptable. And we need to be reminded, including myself, of what is unethical, yeah? What is ethical, what is unethical. We need to, of course, bear in mind that we have a particular purpose in mind, isn't it? When we communicate, we want our communication to be effective. We want to be inclusive. So the whole idea of mocking, isn't it, right, is really not something, it won't bring about the peace that Islam is promoting, right? It won't bring about harmony that Islam is promoting. These are not practices, the unethical communication practices that we should, practice, really, we should carry out. So these, we need to remind ourselves, yeah, of these different aspects. Interpersonal lessons, the whole idea of, being an active listener, not interrupting, showing respect, yeah? So the Prophet, peace be upon him, never interrupted others unnecessarily. The whole idea of being empathetic, responding to emotions, right? Putting yourself in the shoes of other people, being respectful to the disabled, yeah, is something that I often advocate, of course, is something that we need to empathize with, right? And that makes us a better communicator. And that's what we want to aim for, because we want people to be attracted to Islam, isn't it? At the end of the day, that's it. Yeah, we are supposedly good examples, we are supposed to be good examples for others, because we do want to invite people to Islam. We want to be good examples for them. So respectful address, yeah, acknowledging others' dignity. So the Prophet used respectful names and avoided hurtful labels. And the whole idea of diversity, getting to know one another, from different backgrounds, is something I love doing. I love doing this, and I have, many friends and so forth. I love talking to them about, whatever really, isn't it? Whatever, especially what I'm interested in terms of my research areas and so forth. And it's really interesting to see, the responses that people make and the adjustments that you have to make as, because there must be this shared understanding, right? There must be this acceptance by both parties in terms of how you speak, what you talk, checking, avoiding online abuse, respecting privacy, and ethics are timeless, only the medium has changed. That's true. Whenever we communicate, of course, the whole idea of ethics is very important, and we have to keep reminding ourselves, and sometimes it doesn't have to be, it goes without saying. It goes without saying. It would be in terms of you being an example of practicing this. So communication is an amanah, it's not just words, right? And prophetic ethics is equivalent to universal human values, right? So in modern contexts, whether cross-cultural or digital, these values remain relevant, and this is something that we need to keep on reminding and practicing, and applying them fosters trust, harmony, and accountability in society. So you can basically see that there are implications and how important it is basically to foster all of these values in society wherever we go in this world, isn't it, right? And in whatever role that we're in, right? Because at the end of the day, we want to mobilize things, isn't it? Yeah. For example, for me, I'm an advocate of disability inclusion, and to get staff from different kulias to come on board and agree with me is not easy, right? It's not easy to get people from engineering, people from medicine and so forth. It's not easy, right? And to get them to sort of be on the same page and to get us to promote disability inclusion, for example, caregiver inclusion, all of these different areas is not easy. It's not easy. It requires a lot of effective communication and humility, right? And humility. You have to bring yourself down to such a great level to communicate and to encourage people to come on board and advocate, this universal idea of disability inclusion, right? So but it's doable. It's doable, inshallah. It's doable, yeah? So that's the whole idea of every word can heal or harm. So what will ours do? So this was done by Dr. Fuad. Okay, so mine is next. Yeah, I don't know where it is though. How do I get it? How do you open it? Here, open it. Okay, so this is mine, the Integration, Revealed and Acquired Knowledge, a Tawhidic Epistemology Approach to IMC. So I'm a person whose research, one of my favorite research areas is integrated marketing communication. So I've led the chapter writing the chapter on this. Now, when we talk about integrated marketing communication, of course, we look at the market, because we want to look at it from the Islamic perspective. So the thing is, Muslims are the world's second largest religious group and the fastest growing major religion. And they make up the vast majority of the population in the Middle East, North Africa region. And Muslims are a religious minority, including the Asia-Pacific region, which is home to the greatest number of Muslims. So we're talking about the fastest growing religion here. What does that mean? It means that the halal industry is booming, is going to be booming, right? And hence, when we market our products, we've got to bear in mind the Muslim market that's growing and their needs. So that's the thing. The number of Muslims around the world grew to 21% between 2010 and 2020, from 1.7 billion to 2 billion. And Muslims grew twice as fast as the rest of the world's population, which expanded by 10% during the same decade. As a result, Muslims grew as a share of the global population from 24 to 26%. So we can see that this growth is, of course, because whenever we think of marketing a product, we have to think about the feasibility of it, isn't it, right? Whether or not they would be consumers for our halal products. So that's the thing. Should we come up with halal products? Is there a big market for it? Will people buy? So these are the aspects of halal marketing that, or Islamic marketing that we need to consider. So Indonesia has the world's largest Muslim population, right? And I visited Riau, Aceh, and I'm about to collaborate with my academic friends in Aceh on Islamic integrated marketing com, because we both feel, both parties, well, me in terms of, you know, from being from the IIUM and my friends in Aceh, we both feel that Islamic integrated marketing com is very important, right? To promote, to discuss. We're coming up with a special issue in the intellectual discourse, for the intellectual discourse on Islamic IMC, on IMC and AI mostly, but of course there's the implicit Islamic element to that. In 2023, Muslim consumers spending across key halal economy sectors including food, pharmaceuticals, cosmetic, modest fashion, travel and media, and recreation reached $2.43 trillion, with projections to rise to $3.36 trillion by 2028. So it's a huge amount, and there's this projection again for it to rise. So Muslim consumer spending, which means that when you talk about communicating brands, on brands, marketing, you can see that this is rising, and hence the importance and relevance of it. Yeah, when we think about numbers in terms of sales, in terms of consumer spending, it makes it very relevant and important. Of course, why do I say this? Because whenever I market the idea of Islamic integrated marketing com to people in the industry, I need to go by the numbers. Because if you say, Encik so and so, you know, we are accountable for how we promote anything, they don't take it as well. They will say, oh, religion and advertising, they just don't go together, Dr. Aida. And this is a Muslim, Malay Muslim out there telling me this. So I was shocked, right? And here we are talking about the Islamic perspective of this, the Tawhidic epistemology of that. But when you go out there, you deal with people in the industry, some of them say that. They say, Dr. Aida, hey, I'm going to tell the press tomorrow that Islam and advertising has no religion. There's no religion in advertising. And I was like, what? Right? And what was that for? So, meaning to say, I'm concerned, I was concerned at that time, that they did not, that some Malay Muslims out there do not quite understand the Islamic worldview. They don't understand that Islam is everywhere and is guiding our life. It's not only limited to prayers, fasting. It's not limited to those aspects only. Yeah, it's basically, it goes further than that. So how have these people been doing their ads, their advertisements? They've been promoting halal products as well. How have they been doing it? You know what I mean? Without understanding how important it is to be guided by Islam. Yeah, especially when you are a Muslim marketer. So Tawheed refers to the oneness of Allah, yeah, and of course, the essence of Quranic Tawheed is the first article of faith, namely the belief in one God, yeah, which metaphysically speaking contains all the other articles of faith. The belief in one God is embodied in the principle of divine unity, which is also contained in the Muslim testimony of faith. There's no God but God. We understand this, and we need to, of course, keep on reminding ourselves, yeah, as we pray and, in our tazkirah and whatnot, as we read the Quran and so forth. But again, we are meeting people who don't seem to link this with what they're doing in life. Yeah? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent his messenger to call people to Tawheed and to forbid them from committing shirk. So the Prophet, peace be upon him, performed this in the best possible manner and suffered a lot for the sake of Allah. So this is, how what the Prophet went through, and I can see, I can feel the suffering myself as we talk about the Islamic perspective. So we have to be very tactful. You know what I mean? Have to be very tactful as I'm saying it. I mean, I look like a Muslim. Maybe in the West they will say I'm like a moderate Muslim lah. Not, because of the way I'm dressed. Yeah, my supervisor said, you look like a moderate Muslim. I said, okay, yeah, I am. So Tawhidic, so that's the thing. So it's a bit hard to run away from the Islamic perspective of things, because you'll always be labeled as a female Muslim. But the thing is, how they also start, people out there, also start listening to what you have to say, other than judging you from your attire. They also want to see. So I have, I can't be too preachy, isn't it? I can't be too preachy. I can't be, right? Because then they will say, apa ni, right? Ustazah mana pula ni, right? This ustazah suddenly come out of nowhere, from IUM wanting to tell us how to do things, what to do things. So it's really hard. Tawhidic vision of knowledge upholds the categorical position that all true human knowledge ought to be ultimately related to the unity of God. So this is something that the Tawhidic epistemology aspect has brought us to. We need to be reminded that all things are ontologically related to their divine origin according to our rector. Okay, and Tawhidic epistemology serves as a foundational framework for understanding the unity of knowledge and Islamic thought. Yeah, we emphasize on the oneness of Allah and as the core of all knowledge systems. So whenever I teach my students as well, we need to go by the values, isn't it, right? We need to understand that there's this idea of the oneness of Allah that we have to bear in mind. We have to somehow incorporate all of these, although it's not easy, but somehow implicitly. Yeah, it doesn't have to be explicitly, right? It can be implicitly done as well, which is more digestible, isn't it, right? For others as well, yeah? For non-Muslims to take in. So this approach is deeply rooted in the Quran and Sunnah, providing comprehensive worldview. So we talk about integrating the moral and the material. So IMC is all about, what is IMC? You've been talking about IMC. IMC is unifying all the marketing communication tools. So you have advertising, promotion, sales promotion, direct marketing, public relations, and others. So what happens is in an IMC campaign, you integrate all of these tools, right? Because there's this synergy effect that comes about it. When you use them together in a united manner, under a particular theme, the impact of that is greater than if you were to use them individually. So that's the whole idea. And of course, the marketing mix also, communicates something, right? So for our university, of course, we have the products, the programs that we offer, isn't it, right? At what kind of pricing, yeah? Where are we? Where are our campuses, right? And how are we promoting? Yeah, so those are the marketing mix elements, the 4 Ps, and they communicate something. Yeah, they communicate something about our university, right? So what we have to think of a positioning, and we have to think of how is it that we want to position ourselves. Of course, we're talking about going up in rank, so what does this mean, isn't it? The branding, the prestige that comes with the branding of IMC is, brought into the picture, and this is, are we sort of putting ourselves at the same level as Oxford University, where the branding is, is very prestigious, right? It's very prestigious, or not, and what makes us the same, what makes us different, and so forth. Yeah, so things like that. What makes them Oxford University? They have to stop people from coming. You know what I mean? They can't even promote themselves very much because the demand is greater than the supply, right? So they have to curtail. They have to curtail the demand. So Islamic perspective IMC is important to adopt for the Muslim market. And this is the whole idea that the marketing communicator, is a spiritual being. We basically, when we use IMC to promote our products, it means that we have the ultimate goal of attaining eternal goodness in the hereafter. It's not simply selling a product, but it's also pleasing Him, right? The whole idea of pleasing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the whole idea of using Tawheed in the production process, Islamic values, right? It's the whole idea of, worshipping Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's the whole idea. So when you speak to, I usually meet up with, sometimes I meet up with people from the industry, and there was this media practitioner who told me, Dr. Aida, the scantily dressed advertisements should be placed on social media because the regulation there is very loose. So, because the objective is we want more followers. You see? That's the objective. But when you put it on TV, when it's more strict, you have to dress the woman decently lah. You cannot have scantily dressed people. And this was a Malay Muslim, you know what I mean? A Muslim telling me. And I was shocked. I was like, what? Right? I was like, what? Nothing like, you know, we learn as academics that there are implications, there are effects of our IMC messages, of our media messages, right? There's the effect of, you know, people can imitate. Do we want people to imitate scantily dressed women, right? Do we want people to imitate bad behavior? No. But because it seems that whenever I engage with practitioners, there's some practitioners, not all, they don't see the effects of it being that in that way. They see the effects in terms of we want more followers, and hence this is what we have to do because it's something that people will follow, right? A post that somebody will like or people will like. So we'll have lots of followers and so forth. So that's, you know, they don't, and I'm like, I'm usually shocked whenever I converse with these people, and then I say, wait a minute, you know, there are effects. No, there are effects, and you are, what kind of generation of people are you shaping here, isn't it? Are we normalizing LGBTQ? Are we normalizing, right? Scantily dressed women. Is this normalizing this image? So, and then the thing is, with advertisements for IMC campaigns, they're repetitive, right? We want people to remember, to be influenced by them, want people to buy. So this is a danger of it. So when you have people out there who don't understand, who don't quite see the effects in a negative light, then this is a problem. So cultivation theory states that high-frequency viewers of television are more susceptible to media messages and the belief that they are real and valid. So this is, you know, heavy television program viewers, will believe that what they see is real, valid, violence is a solution to everything, kind of thing. So this is not what we want, right? It's not what we want. So in conclusion, it is imperative to ensure that the Islamic perspective is adopted for IMC campaigns for the Muslim and non-Muslim markets, because we believe that Islamic values are universal, right? So it is an amanah upon the brand, the IMC agency, and other stakeholders to ensure that Islamic values are incorporated. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Aida. Back-to-back presentations. We will keep any questions or remarks to the end of the session. So we have another presentation today. Okay, so it will be by Professor Dr. Muhammad Amanullah and Dr. Nur Baiduri Roslan with their presentation on Islamic ethics of media, analytical review of selected features of the Star newspaper.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Amma ba'd. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa ahlul uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Rabbi yassir wa la tuassir wa tammim alayna bil khair. Rabbi zidni ilma, Rabbi zidni ilma, Rabbi zidni ilma. My dear moderator, professors, and my colleagues, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. So today, my presentation will be on Islamic ethics of media, analytical review of selected features of the Star. So my co-author is Dr. Noor Baiduri. I hope she is here. Oh, okay, good. Then next, how to do it, brother? Oh, it is not working. Oh. Okay. So outlines of the presentation, introduction, then some unethical activities of media, then selected Islamic ethics of media, then analytical review of selected features and advertisement of the star, then some suggestion, then concluding remarks. So in the introduction, inshallah, we'll try to discuss, some introductory remarks, then research questions, research objectives, then research methodology, and literature review and research gap. So the media with its different categories have been used all over the world to provide instant news and other related services. All human beings have the chance to get benefits from these services. Although these services are useful, they are not free of problems, such as providing fake news, attacking Islam, supporting unjust causes, spreading nudity, and unethical news features. These negative aspects cause people to become misguided by having false notions about others and to be derailed from the right path. Islam is a complete code of life that covers everything, including media and communication ethics and etc. Using analytical method, this paper focuses on Islamic ethics of media and also strives to review selected features and advertisement published in 2 weeks of daily paper, The Star, in light of these, ethics. Then the research questions that we shall try to answer: what are some unethical activities of media? Number 2, how Islam contributes to improve media through its ethics. Number 3, how it is possible to implement Islamic ethics of media. So research objectives: number 1, to discuss some selected unethical activities of media. Number 2, to highlight important Islamic ethics of media. Number 3, to evaluate selected features and advertisements of the Star in light of these Islamic ethics of media. So the research methodology: simply, this paper will be based on library research, depending primarily on analytical discussion. Then the literature review: briefly, we have found several Arabic and English published papers on the topic. Most of them discusses Islamic ethics of media. The contribution of this paper will be in elaborating these ethics further and to evaluate analytically the selected features and advertisement of the Star. So now, some unethical activities of media. So, stereotyping of the terrorist activities. American and some other international media in the past have stereotyped some terrorist activities and accused Muslims for them without having concrete proof of them. Sometimes they act like a judge by confirming guilt for a person or a group without having any judgment from the court. An important example for this stereotyping was the bombing of the Oklahoma Federal Building in 1995. American media immediately accused Muslims by saying that they are the one who committed this. However, later it was proven that no Muslims were involved in this incident. Then provocation to commit sexual crimes. Some newspapers publish articles on murder and sexual crimes in a way that provoke the readers to commit these crimes. This is done through using provocative language or showing the criminal as a hero or mentioning excuses and justification for committing crime or publishing details of the techniques used for them or by not mentioning the prescribed punishment for a particular crime. All these are problematic. Then number 3, not considering the human rights of the criminal. Sometimes some newspapers do not consider the human rights of the criminal. They therefore publish the names of the criminals and their pictures from the beginning of the happening of this incident, even before any judgment came from a judge. That is not right. They have also the human right. Then publishing advertisement with pictures of models and stars and other women without properly dressed up. And this is a common practice for most of the daily newspapers and other newspapers, and it should be controlled. Then let us talk about some selected Islamic ethics of media. So number 1, to be truthful. So this one already discussed by a number of the presenters over here. So to be truthful is so important in Islam. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu taqullaha wa kunu ma sadiqeen. O you believe, fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and be with truthful people. So truthfulness is so important. A correspondent cannot lie, cannot twist the incident. Prophet ﷺ said, Man ghasha falaysa minna. The one who cheats is not one of us. Then another point is maintaining justice. They should be just, neutral, and positive in their transmission of news item. If, let's say, more than one party or more than one individual involved in an incident, then the dealing of this incident should be in a neutral way. The correspondent should not take any side. They should not talk only negative things of a person. They should talk both negative and positive things. That is the justice. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, Inna Allah ya'muru bil adl. Surely Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala orders you to do or to maintain justice. Then another point, freedom of speech is good, but freedom of speech should not be without any restriction. There should be some moral good characters that should be followed in our, the speech. And also we should not use any bad word or anything that hurt anybody else. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran, وَلَا تَقْرَبُوا الْفَوَاحِشِ. You should not approach the obscene deeds. Of course, obscene deeds mean obscene words, obscene communication, everything is included in it. Then, next one, some media personnel, sometimes they use too much speculation. Using too much speculation is not good. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, Ya ayyuhal ladina amanu istanibu kathiram minad dhann. O you who believe, avoid doing too much of speculation. If you use too much speculation, there is possibility that you will use some wrong information or something will come from your own without having any basis for that information. Then the next one, espionage. A correspondent should not be a spy against a Muslim government or against Muslims. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran, وَلَا تَجَسَّسُوا. You should not do espionage. Then another point, sudden and instant judgment or development of opinions should be avoided. So all information should be properly checked, investigated before publishing it. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, Ya ayyuhal ladina amanu in ja'akum fasikum binaba'in fatabayyanu. O you who believe, if an impious person brings a message, you should critically examine it. We are not supposed to write or spread any message, any news before checking whether it is true, whether it came from a truthful source or not. And next one, the media people also should try to guide the people to the right path. And nowadays, we are dependent too much on our media. So if they write any article, any news article, then they should try to admonish the people to the right path. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, تَأْمُرُونَ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ وَتَنْهَوْنَ عَنِ الْمُنْكَرِ. So we are supposed to enjoin with good deeds and forbid from bad deeds. So once they write a news article, they should try to admonish. In terms of their personal life, family life, political life, and all aspects of our life, there should be, admonishing to the right path, not to the wrong path. And also last one, they should not insult any religion. Not only the Islam, even other religion, Judaism, Christianity, Hinduism, we are not supposed to criticize any religion, even though they are wrong, even though they don't follow the right path, even though they don't believe in Allah, even though they don't believe on the Day of Judgment. Still, we are not supposed to criticize openly in the media of any other religion. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, وَلَا تَسُبُّوا الَّذِينَ يَدْعُونَ مِن دُونِ اللَّهِ فَيَسُبُّوا اللَّهَ عَدْوًا بِغَيْرِ عِلْمٍ. You should not insult those who call other than Allah. Then the verse goes on. Okay, so if we do that, then unknowingly, unconsciously, other people also will criticize Islam, will criticize our Prophet. But of course, if there is any discussion, neutral discussion without insulting anyone, it's okay. We can do the research, we can discuss, but discussion should be free of insulting anyone. Okay, now let us go to the analytical review of selected features and advertisement of the star. So this part, inshallah, we will develop in future. So in light of Islamic media ethics, this section will review some selected features and advertisement which will be chosen from 14 issues of the star, starting from September 1 and ending to 14th of September of this year. So some suggestion, there should be a prescribed Islamic guidelines for media people to follow. And there should be a monitoring board under the government. they should monitor the media. If they do not follow the any Islamic guidelines, they should be, warned for that. Then concluding remarks, inshallah, this paper will be a source of ethical guidelines for media practitioners and other stakeholders. Number two, if these Islamic ethics are implemented, then the media, especially newspaper articles, features, and advertisement will be considered as Sharia compliant. Wa akhir dawana and alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. A lot of your reminders in your presentation just now. So we will move forward with another presentation. Okay, so the next presentation will be by Dr. Narawi and Dr. Noor Amali on privacy and the media, concealing versus revealing. All right, so let us see what Dr. Narawi will reveal today.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. First and foremost, my apologies to the organizer because I do not use your template. Yeah. I just realized that a few minutes ago. Yeah. So, what should I press? Okay, this is just a concept paper. Of course, just to start my presentation, I think we are living in an era where everybody wants to be seen, everybody wants to be heard, everybody wants to be popular. If you go to social media, it's going to be very, very, very hard for you not to see a day without knowing someone's personal details. Whether on TikToks, Instagram, YouTube, or whatever social media. I had this question, I asked this question to myself before. What are they doing actually? Are they that ignorant to know the impact of sharing private information to the public or with the public? Or are they too arrogant to admit that there are limitations to such freedom? Right, yeah? So I'm still waiting for. So this is just a concept paper. We don't have any data to support the writing. Okay. I work together with Dr. Amali, and then let's proceed further. Oops. That's the show. Okay. Okay. So okay. Just to start with, okay, I think everybody knows that privacy is a right, not a privilege. It is a concept covered by a legal document as well as any, also stated in many ethical documents as well. If you refer to Malaysia, it's stated as one of the rights under Penal Code Section 509. You go to United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that is one of the rights. And then if you refer to books by Muslim scholars like Maududi, that is one of the rights emphasized by Muslim scholars as well. Basically, every single one of us in this room has that right. Once again, it's not a privilege, that is your right as a person. Yeah? And then, of course, the values that you enjoy with that right is you have the freedom, you have your dignity as a person, and you have your autonomy. The thing that we sometimes overlook is that we don't see that as an autonomy. Remember, whenever of course, there are situations where sometimes you have to disclose. Because without disclosing ourselves, we can't increase or you can't escalate our relationship. As simple as nobody knows what is your name until you tell the other person what's your name. As simple as that. But then that is very, very on the surface. The more details you give to the other party, the more you are, how should I say, the more you are undressing yourself. It's like layer of dresses. Your name is the first cover. The more you give, the lesser will be the cover. Yeah. So if you don't see that as a right, as well as a dress for you, or haya in that sense, then of course you are going to, at the end of the day, you have nothing left. Simple as that. Yeah. Then of course, if you talk about privacy and media is in the business of selling your info. Right. Of course, you can understand the concept of privacy from 3 different angles. You as the owner of the information, then you have the media. For example, if someone from NST interviews you today and asks you about the details, you are the one providing with the info. Of course, NST will have to decide whether they want to disclose every single info that they gather from you, or they're going to filter some. And you have another party, which is the receiver or the audience. They have to decide as well, because they are going to consume the product. The product is the news. So the more you know about other people, the lesser will be your respect to that person. As simple as that. Yeah. And then of course, basically, the issue would be, this is a big issue right now, especially with people wanted to be known globally, especially right now, the youngsters. Yeah. Even you have a situation where what I eat in a day, right, from morning until afternoon. So things have become so chaotic and I would say crazier because of course, you talk about uploading your info, you get more money. That is about circulation, it's about viewership, right? Yeah. And then of course you can see how do you balance that between concealing versus revealing just now, yeah. And then let me see. Of course, many of us, including me, sometimes we are not sure what to reveal or what not to reveal. As simple as maybe as a scholar, yeah, it's going to be a bit awkward or it's a bit counterproductive if you don't share your publication to the rest of the world, because they need to know who you are. These are your credits. But for some people, maybe if you talk about the scholars in the past, nobody knows these people until they pass away. Until now, we still cite Al-Ghazali. Right. But ask ourselves again, how many of the global population know who are we? Without disclosing ourselves. Right, that is the thing that we have to know sometimes. For example, in my context, my phone number is my private info. I'm not going to disclose my phone number to anybody. But some people, they simply post everything online on social media. You are actually exposing yourself to the global attention. Right, yeah? And then let's proceed further. Then, of course, you have an issue with privacy as a the way we value certain aspects have changed. Remember, in the past, nobody really tell the world that I'm suffering from HIV. Now it's very common. In the past, nobody will tell you I'm going to commit suicide tomorrow, but now it has become very, very common. So the nature of info have changed so much. What is private in the past now has become public. As simple as I think recently we had one video on YouTube. Where the husband said, I divorced you on live on TikTok. That is very, very private. And now you have house tour by housewife, just because of audience. So you are selling your private matters just to get a few dollars from YouTube. So I think you have to be the one, in the context of the wife just now, you are the one protecting the dignity of your husband. On the other hand, the husband should be doing the same thing as well. The only thing is that, do you know the meaning of privacy? Especially as a Muslim, honor of the information. Right, yeah? Let's proceed further. Then, of course, these are the stereotypes that we can see. Why sometimes we can see this. It's going to be very, very hard for you not to see this in the media, where they talk about conventional media or new media. If you talk about conventional media, you have all these entertainment segments, am I right? That is basically to serve your entertainment need only. You can still live a happy life without knowing who are these celebrities. Right? You can live a peaceful life with your husband without knowing who is Siti Nurhaliza, etc., etc., etc. But sometimes when you know these celebrities, you tend to follow the trend, and then you have problems because you want to be like them, or we want to be like them. That's the issue. Right. That also apparent among the religious scholars and speakers as well. Sometimes you can see there is one video of this one ustazah, very famous ustazah, where she showed what is in her house, which shouldn't be. I think that shouldn't be the case. Right. Yeah. What is in the house stays in the house. Yeah. And then of course you have this. Remember, you are the one deciding what to disclose and what to disclose, unless and until someone breached that particular right. For example, someone secretly open your laptop or secretly scrolling down your phone, etc., so that you get the information. But there are situations where sometimes suddenly, because of our careless mistake, you start to. This is the thing, yeah. Every time you snap the photo and upload to your social media, that is actually exposing yourself. That is your right, basically. But you are surrendering your right to the public. I think you know. I think you're familiar with this term, yeah. This technology, face recognition technology. In Russia, they can detect who you are the moment you step in the airport within seconds. The more pictures you upload, the faster will be the apps runs. So they know who you are exactly the moment you step in the airport of Russia, because of our ignorance in that sense. Right, and I think you know, right? We are very much into selfing, whiffing, etc., etc. That is basically one of the mistake we commit. Am I right? Yeah. And then let's proceed further. So the issue is, should you conceal or should you reveal? Remember, we are the owner of the information. That is one party, and of course, the media has another responsibility, and of course, the audience also has another responsibility. Yeah. And then, of course, let's proceed further. So this is basically the Tawhidic, a very simple way of sharing with you my understanding of Tawhidic framework. So you have this only. This is a very simple way of me trying to understand how should you behave as a Muslim. There is no complication in that sense. It's a very straightforward framework. You are the servant of Allah, and everything that you must be according to the rules set by Allah, as simple as that. Yeah. And then we have this one. This is a quotation from Maulana years back. Yeah. The concept of Tawhid, if exercised, provides the principal guide in drawing the boundaries of political, social, and cultural information by a given connection system. The freedom of expression, assembly, and that of the media communication do not have meaning where there is no social responsibility on the part of the individual as well as the institutions. Basically, it goes back to our own understanding as a Muslim. I always reminded my students, whether you want to be a good Muslim or a bad Muslim, it depends on how convinced are you with heaven and hell. If you know hell, but you are not convinced with the torment of hell, then of course it's going to be useless. It's going to be useless as well, as simple as that. Yeah. Then let's proceed further. So remember, it's a right, and then this is the evidence to talk about the Quranic text. This is translations, yeah. Forgive me if the interpretation is not that correct. In the pursuit of good, yeah. So intention does not halalify the action. Yeah, intention does not justify the means. So everything should be halal to begin with. Yeah. And then let's proceed further. So a motivation for us, yeah, if you talk about from Islamic perspective, thinking about heaven and hell just now, if you have this in mind, inshallah, we know where to draw the line. When should you disclose? Even as a media practitioner, for example, when you should conceal the information. Right. So if a person conceals the weakness of another person in this world, God will conceal the weakness in the after. Yeah. You can refer to Riyadus Salihin. And then, of course, you have another one by At-Tirmizi. Yeah, do not harm another Muslim or rival them. And then, of course, this is the basic principle that we have to know. I'm going to skip some of this. This is from the Tawhidic paradigm just now. That's a fundamental right. Yeah. And then, so you have this, yeah. I have Dr. Amali to help me if I explain it incorrectly. So you have these are the general principle of privacy in Islam. You have human dignity, divine trust, and of course balance between your good as a person and the good of the community. Right, yeah? And then you have this. I'm going, how many minutes? 2 minutes, okay. And then you have shyness is very, very important. As simple as in one hadith says that if you have no haya, do whatever you want to do. Haya is like a shield for us. So when to reveal, what to reveal, and what not to reveal. You have to know. We have to know the context. For example, sometimes we have no option. For example, if you apply for a job, there's no way for us not to reveal our age or our expected income, etc., etc. So contact must be correct. Yeah, and then of course, let's proceed further. Then of course sanctity. This is another right, stated in Islam, where the sanctity of private life of someone. Yeah, and then there is one quotation here. This is from Hamkas. Yeah, and then a house is the place where the secrets of family life are kept. But now we invite camera into our house. That's a problem. And sometimes we even, because not every single phone has camera. So we are, even though the door is closed, the windows are closed, but we are actually opening the house, even worse, using our camera. So your camera can be like a tool to help you. It can be a tool to destroy the institutions, family institution in that sense. Yeah. And then of course, assuming sometimes we are curious, but you have to know, we have to, especially for the audiences, they want to know what happened. That is very, very normal, I would say, because sometimes people use this as a mechanism to distract themselves. They might have many problems, but in order not to think about my problem, I will think about someone else's problem. Right? So try to occupy your way of solving the problem by thinking about someone else's problem. Right? Yeah? And then that's the reason we have so many confusion in society. Right? We have crossed the line, actually, yeah, in that context. And then, and of course, the guidelines on observing privacy. You have as the owner of the particular information, and of course the custodian. We as a receiver, for example, the more you spend time consuming media product, of course, the more the tendency for the higher will be the chance for you to know about other people. And of course, sometimes we have the idea that I can keep to myself, but more often than not, in order to converse with someone, sometimes we start to open the door. We start to talk about someone else, as simple as that. Yeah, and then of course, so talk about the concept of mana is there, and then of course, so now we have this is for the media industry. Yeah? So of course that covers every single players in the industry. Yeah. And then, of course, you can also refer to my PowerPoint later. And finally, thank you very much for listening. Our sincere apologies for any misinformation or incorrect explanations. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Narawi. Your presentation has inculcated some fear in me. So many things that we cannot do. Yeah, but it's a good reminder. All right, so we will, I think, move probably towards our last presenter for today. Probably also saving the best for last, because we have with us today Professor Dr. Rahma Ahmad Haji Osman, together with Associate Professor Dr. Tengku Siti Aisyah, who will be presenting on Literature as Ethical Media, a Tawhidic Intervention in Comparative and Global Narratives. The floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد أشرف المرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. My sincere apologies. I'm also not abiding to your, I'm not abiding to anything this morning. All right. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished scholars, Prof. Datuk Said, Arabi Aidid, and everyone. This proposal, at once classical and contemporary, a proposal to read literature as ethical media through a Tawhidic lens, one that restores unity, coherence, and moral intentionality or to how we interpret text and how text shapes us. I hope by the end we will have a 5-step Tawhidic reading protocol or TRP that we can take into courses, research, and public communication. Now, why this intervention? Much of today's media ecology, scholarship included, rewards speed, spectacle, and polarization. Dominant interpretive frames oscillate between narrow formalism and ideological reductionism. In both, the ethical and ontological stakes of reading are downplayed. Literature becomes either decorative craft or mere instrument of power. A Tawhidic intervention does not reject critical tools. On the other hand, it reorganizes them within an ontology of unity. It insists that persons, meanings, and communities are not fragments, but participants in a purposeful creation. Under Tawhid, interpretation is an act of amanah. The reader is a moral agent before Allah and society. Hence, literary texts are not ornaments or weapons. They are communications that disclose reality and cultivate moral imagination. A Tawhidic lens asked of any text, how does the speech align with truth, al-haq, dignity, karama, mercy, rahmah, justice, adl, and stewardship, khilafah? Read this way, comparative and global narratives become a dialogic space for shared responsibility and ihsan. Hence, the purpose is, through this Tawhidic reading protocol, we start off with establishing niyyah, establishing a sincere intention to seek truth and benefit. Reading as an ethical act, we cultivate humility, gratitude, and a desire to be guided to what benefits. Secondly, ontology of unity, situating the text within creator, creation, purpose. Assume meaning is possible and human dignity is real, hence it will resist the cynicism that collapses all value into power or preference. Adab and evidence, naqal and aqal, balance reverence for revealed sources and tradition with disciplined reason. Adab governs our posture towards the author, the community, the other, and the language itself. Within the maqasid and ethics surface the higher aims: justice, mercy, dignity, truth, stewardship, trust. Let's ask how the text advances or violates these aims and whose flourishing is at stake. Actionability. Translate insight into practice, teaching choices, institutional policies, public speech, and personal character. Reading well should alter how we speak, design curricula, and build communities. Now, if we compare between two competing media paradigms, we will come to either secular relativist paradigm, which is fragmented, power-centric critique, identity as endpoint, catharsis without responsibility, or Tawhidic paradigm, unity anchored meaning, ethical intentionality, identity as amana, and catharsis directed towards repair. Hence, the shift sorted here is from performative outrage to principled responsibility, from a hermeneutics of suspicion to a hermeneutics of stewardship. I have underlined 6 illustrative case reads, but I will start off with Mahmoud Darwish, for instance, in his Ethical Memory. Darwish's resistance poetry is often reduced to slogan or nostalgia. Read through TRP, it becomes ethical memory work, a guardianship of truth and a place, a refusal to lie without suffering, about suffering, and a summons to justice without dehumanization. As he says, على هذه الأرض ما يستحق الحياة، على هذه الأرض سيدة الأرض، أم البدايات أم النهايات، كانت تسمى فلسطين، صارت تسمى فلسطين، سيدتي أستحق لأنك سيدتي أستحق الحياة. On this earth, there is what makes life worth living. April's hesitation, the scent of bread at dawn, a woman's opinions of men, the writings of Iskek's first love, grass upon stone, mothers standing on the thread of a reed flute, and the invader's fear of memory. On this earth, there is what makes life worth living. On this earth, the lady of the land, the mother of beginnings and the mother of endings. She was called Palestine. She is called Palestine, my lady. I deserve you because you are my lady. Hence, I deserve life. So here, through Nia, reframes the poet as witness. Through the Maqasid, highlights justice and dignity. Through actionability, pedagogy that resists both erasure and vengeance. There is Langston Hughes' Voice and Dignity, when he says, is that a sign that I should stop? No. Hughes says, I too sing America. I'm the darker brother. They send me to eat in the kitchen when company comes, but I laugh and eat well and grow strong. Tomorrow I'll be at the table. When company comes, nobody'll dare say to me, eat in the kitchen. Then, besides, they'll see how beautiful I am and be ashamed. I too am America. So, ontology of unity here counters mirror resentment. Adab shapes critique that is courageous yet humane. Actionability, solidarity projects over spectacle. I will skip to Mutanabbi. Celebrated for eloquence and pride, Mutanabbi is also a meditation on leadership and moral risk. So TRP will ask, what is the adab of power? Hence, our poet says, ذو العقل يشقى في النعيم بعقله وأخو الجهالة في الشقاوة ينعم إذا غمرت في شرف مروم فلا تقنع بما دون النجوم وإذا كانت النفوس كبارا تعبت في مرادها الأجسام. The man of reason suffers even amid ease, while ignorance takes pleasure even in strain. If you have ventured after noble heights, do not be satisfied with less than stars, for when the souls are grand in what they seek, the bodies tired to bring their hopes to pass. So eloquence here must serve truth, not vanity, and ambition becomes service, and brilliance without ihsan risk betrayal of the soul. Toni Morrison faces wounds of history and fragility of body and family. So through TRP foregrounds truthful remembrance as a path to communal repair, not revenge. As he says, I'm not seaworthy. Look how the fish mistake my hair for home. I had a life like you. I shouldn't be riding the sea. I'm not seaworthy. Let me be earthbound, star-fixed, mixed with sun and smacking air. Give me the smile, the magic kiss, to trick little boy death of my hand. I'm not seaworthy. Look how the fish mistake my hair for home. So Maqasid here clarifies mercy for the wounded, justice for the wronged, dignity for the living, without sentimentalizing harm or collapsing ethics into grievance. Nizar Qabbani, on the other hand, invites us to consider the adab of desire, and through 3RP resists Puritan denial and libertine commodification. Beauty is hence honored within bounds that protects heart and community. As he says, إني خيرتك فاختاري ما بين الموت على صدري أو فوق دفاتير أشعاري اختاري الحب ولا حب فحجبن ألا تختاري لا توجد منطقة وسطى ما بين الجنة والنار ارمي أوراقك كاملة فسأرضي عن أي قرار قولي انفعلي انفجري لا تقفي مثل المسمار لا يمكن أن أبقى أبدا كالقشة تحت الأمطار اختاري قدرا بين اثنين وما أعنقها أقداري مزهقة أنت وخائفة وطويل جدا مشواري غوصي في البحر أو ابتعدي لا بحر في غير دوار I have given you a choice, so choose between dying on my chest or on the pages of my notebooks of verse. Choose love or the refusal of love. It is cowardice not to choose. There is no middle ground between paradise and fire. Lay all your cards on the table and I will be content with any decision. Speak, be moved, explode. Do not stand there like a nail. I cannot remain forever a straw beneath the rain. Choose a fate between the two. How fierce my fates are. You are worn and afraid, and my road is very long. Drive into the sea or keep your distance. There is no sea without vertigo. So actionability, classroom dialogues, for instance, on representation, consent, theology. Where is love meant to go? So through method toolkit for teaching and research, I propose a hermeneutic triangulation moving between text, context, canon, pair close reading with historical and theological grounding, text interpretations against the broader tradition, and through ethical heuristics, use justice, mercy, truth, stewardship, trust as prompts. Ask students to locate passages that exemplify or violate these aims. And through comparative dialogues, we can design seminars that pairs Islamic and non-Islamic texts on a shared question: exile, wonder, motherhood, authority. Build bridges without erasing differences. An assessment for formulation, use reflective journals, dialogic vivas, and praxis projects that assess reasoning, empathy, and communicative responsibility, not just recall. We can even do lightning pair share. Name one text that shaped our ethics, for instance. How would TRP change your reading? Maybe invite 2 volunteers and map insights live. We can have micro labs, groups of 4, for instance, choose one author from 6, etc. So a Tawhidi approach contests the monopoly of secular frames without abandoning critical equity. It expands global beyond Euro-American centers by restoring metaphysical coherence and dignifying multiple traditions. It refuses the false choice between faith versus critique or identity versus universality. And maybe there's anticipating objections. For instance, Isn't this moralism? We can answer TRP disciplines the desire for coherence without prescribing prefab outcomes. It's a method of inquiry, not a checklist of pieties. Students must argue evidence and revise under ethical horizons. Maybe objection to what about plural classrooms? We can say TRP is invitational, not coercive. It articulates metaphysical commitments openly while welcoming conversation and hospitality towards difference. Maybe people will say, doesn't power still matter? Yes, of course it matters, but TRP integrates power analysis within maqasid. It evaluates how power is used in light of justice and mercy rather than treating power as the only reality. So the expected outcomes, we can have a curricula, scholarly articles, civics whereby graduates can communicate with ihsan, courageous, truthful, merciful, etc. Hence, I'm done. Yeah. So, Allahumma arina al-haqqa haqqa, warzuqna ittiba'ah, wa arina al-batila batila, warzuqna ijtinabah. اللهم ارزقنا الإخلاص في القول والعمل واجعل علمنا رحمة للخلق. السلام عليكم.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof, for a very enlightening presentation. So I think we've covered diverse topics in the second session, from marketing to privacy, as well as to literature. So now I would like to open the floor for any remarks or questions to the presenters. Yes, any remarks? Yes, Dr. Ruby?
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Thank you for the presentations. My remarks is directed to Prof. Amanullah and Dr. Baiduri's presentation. So thank you. Your presentation is enlightening. The topic is very the in thing now. It's just that in the list of topics on the media, maybe one that I miss it. So I'm just putting it here. I think what is missing is if you look at our Malaysian media, whether English dailies or news Malay dailies, what I feel very disturbing is the how they sensationalize ethnicity. So, for example, how to say this? For example, Rohingyan. All right. So they would crimes are committed by all ethnicity, but when it comes to refugees, particularly Rohingyan, I'm sorry to say this, Bangladeshi, you see the media would just, oh, this Bangladeshi commit this, oh, Rohingyan commit this, which actually fuels so much prejudice and racism in Malaysia. So we always claim we are against Islamophobia, but what I'm saying in Malaysia is we are actually immigrant phobia. That's what I see in the media. So I think maybe that's my suggestion for you to include in the chapter. Okay, all right, so I think that's all.
Prof, would you like to respond, or? Yeah, so it's accepted. So one more, talking about immigrant phobia is something, an issue that the media must also look at. Yeah, because of course sensationalization is one of the issue or challenges in journalism. Any more questions or remarks? Well, we have our presenters here. Okay, so I guess the presentations were all very, very clear. We are bound to become ethical media consumers, and we would know what to reveal and what to conceal, inshallah. All right, so with that, I think I am able to end our session today. All right, thank you so much, and hopefully we have gained a lot from this session. Thank you. Assalamualaikum. Oh yes, of course. A Wi-Fi in a formal setting should be okay. So how? Oh, we all okay. Everybody come to the center. Yeah.
Ini dengan masyarakat.
just slide je. Tekan, tekan dan tarik, tekan dan tarik. Oh, bukan. Terus. Kena tekan sini. Kena tekan kat cycle speed. Oh. So ni kau biar je, buat dah. Supaya dia tak lari. Kau jangan padam tak? Cycle slide. Sikap. Tekan, tarik. Boleh zoom ni lagi ke? Tak nak. Terus kau tekan kanan. Bisa kau? Kanan. 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 Turun. Tadi jangan tekan terus. Kau tak boleh sebab ni saja. Secretariat dia? Secretariat? Organizer? Oh. You're the first one, I'm second. Boleh je mana-mana. Masuk sana. Saya duduk sana. Do you have slide to give?
Yeah. Boleh.
Boleh tak? Ya, ambil slide daripada slide. So, rasanya tak masuk lagi dalam folder. Ya? Agaknya berapa kata dalam dapat? Tu. Jadi dia masuk.
No, she will do it.
Oh, cuma tak duduk. Oh, ya, tak. Buka. Yes. Okay. Yes, how are you?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamu alaikum everyone, and we are now coming to the session for the third session on the third day, if I'm not mistaken. Today is 10 September, so we have the evening session from 2 to 5 p.m. And this time around will be organized by Department of Sociology and Anthropology, and we have more presenters coming in, inshallah. So altogether we have 9, and hopefully we are able to beat the clock and to be on time as promised, inshallah. Okay, without further, I would like to have the first presenter coming from, inshallah, on the title of the presentation will be on Tawhidic Epistemology and Trust in Family Institutions. And this title will be presented, inshallah, by Professor Dr. Said Arabi bin Aidid from Kuliah Communication, from Department of Communication, and Sister Nur Suhada Kamaruddin. The rules of the presentation will be everyone will have 50 minutes to deliver, and the first 10 minutes, and we have timekeepers, Sister Nur Jannah, and if you reach the 10 minutes, you will get the first, not to say warning, just reminding you that you have another 5 more minutes to go. And after 50 minutes, the time's up, and then that's it for the first presentation. And Q&A will be done later. After we have completed all the paper presentations. Inshallah, we have a Q&A session for that particular matter. Okay, without further ado, I think I would like now to invite Sister Nur Shahada and Professor Datuk Said Arabi to present their research work, inshallah. Thank you. Okay, to be on the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present. I just like to say a few words, and then I give it to Dr. I just give you a few words, and then I will give you Dr. Shuhada to continue. This presentation was sparked off by our findings. For the last several years, we were doing research on trust, kepercayaan atau yakin, on several institutions, and there are all about 13 institutions altogether. And of course, the trust in the political leaders were low, the trust in political parties were very low. Latest, I think the trust in SPRM was very low. But the trust in the family was very high. 10 years ago, it was 90%. But after COVID, it came down, 80%, 80 something. But the latest was 79%. So there is something wrong with our Malaysian society. When we're looking at the indicators of social institutions, yakin kepada pemimpin agama down, neighbors down, teachers down. So overall, there must be something wrong with our Malaysian society. And we relate to bullying, violence, parents against their children. I think we have some meaning of it. So because of that, it sparked our concern. Maybe we could have an overall context, looking at the family as an institution. That's why we're looking at it in terms of the Tawhidic epistemology. Shuhada will be looking short on, we always forget about ontology. We always speak about epistemology, how to pronounce it. But ontology, we will not talk about it. That I think is very important. Maybe another book will come up, another volume, or six volumes. So So I leave you in the good hands of Dr. Shuhada. Yeah, please.
Okay, so this study investigates how we can see the concept of trust in family institutions is integrated in Tawheed. And then the integration of Tawhidi epistemology in the study is grounded in the belief that all true knowledge originates from Allah. So the first, when the trust of family is based on the Tawhidi, so we addresses a severe keys aspect. So the first one, the trust of family based on Tawhid, the characteristic required to form a family based on Tawhid is the oneness of Allah. Okay, what we call the Shahadah. Because of what? When the based on the Tawhid, the parents and the children, they know their responsibility, how to fulfill their responsibility by guided the Tawhid. And the way Tawhid epistemology promotes integrity and responsibility among family members. It means in the Tawhid, for the what they call responsibility, parents and children are mentioned. Okay, for example, I give you like the father responsibility. So the fathers, okay, we know the responsible is like provider, give a nafakah, and then also like to protect the families. Okay, for the mothers, responsibility according to the Tawhid, or Tawhid is like to nature. Okay, educate the children, and the children also has a responsibility to obey for their parents. So all the responsibility, according to the Tawhid, they must fulfill for Allah's sake, for what they call fulfill the responsibility, sincerity. So all the responsibility, if you do for the Allah's sake, it will create the integrity. Okay, and then the importance of the bir al-walidain, okay, or kindness towards parents as a central value. What they call a central value? To be kind to your parents, because in the surah Al-Isra, if I'm not mistaken, it said you must what they call worship to Allah. You cannot worship other than Allah, and at the same time you must be good to your parents. Okay. So the character of Tawhid-based family, the first element is paying attention to family's belief system. It means the foundation of the family is the Tawhid, La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah, Ishahadah. Okay, because when the family is the foundation based on the Tawhid, is like create what they call the taqwa. It create the among the family members. Okay. What they call the honors. Okay, what else? We call respect each others. So the family's belief system must paying attention to Tawhid. Okay. Second, parents must monitor the children worship. Worship is ibadah. So the parents must monitor the ibadah. The children perform the ibadah according to Tawhid. For example, you have to teach that the children must worship only Allah. The true what they call the strong akidah. Okay, so when they have the strong akidah, they will do the best worship, the best ibadah. They will full their fasting, they will full their responsibility to perform zakat, hajj, and everything. Third, it is important to build an atmosphere of mutual love and respect among family members, which can be seen in showing respect for elders and affection for the younger one. Okay, when the Tawhid is based on the family, it's like the older will appreciate the younger and the younger will respect the elders. So kita tak adalah isu macam what they call the children will put the older kat rumah orang tua ke, ataupun we call say like the neglect what they call the parents will neglect the nafakah for children and everything. Okay. So shahadatain, okay, there is no good, there is no God but Allah, Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. Okay, and then from the shahadah it will come for the trust. Why come the trust? Because the shahadah already put the responsibility of the parents and the children. So when you fulfill the responsibility, it will come to trust among the family members. Okay, amal and duties, that means
you follow the rules, you fulfill the duties as mentioned in the Shahadah, in the Tawheed. Okay, as I said, trust, amanah or responsibility comes after the Shahadah as mean of fulfilling the obligation of servitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as essential rule of being human. The effort to fulfill this responsibility aims to achieve the main objective of Islam, well-being in both worlds, on earth and in hereafter. So it means, okay, on the Judgment Day, we will be asked by Allah how we carry out our responsibility, how we carry out our amanah. So what we can say here, Tawhid epistemology or monotheism can be understood as being rooted in trust within family as and institutions. The oneness of God is a central doctrine applied in Tawhid epistemology. Hence, this doctrine helps to establish trust in family as institutions. Okay, so here there are principles how we can create integrity within the family institutions. Okay, that it must be in line with the requirement of Sharia. Okay, as it's listed, there are 5 key areas that family members should pay attention to in order to build integrity within the family institution. The first, family as institution. So what we can say, the family is the founder of the society. If the family is strong, so the society will become strong. And then we go to the Tawheed, Shahadah. So whatever the responsibility is must be guided to, must be guided with Tawheed. And then understanding about Islam. So the family members must have the Islamic teachings, Quran and Sunnah. So they know what is right, what is wrong in Islam. And then ready to carry out the amanah. Okay. And then when they fulfill the amanah, we create the love and showing good role models. Because when the parents and the family fulfill their responsibility, they give what they call showing a good behavior. Okay. Tawhid conclusion here, Tawhid epistemology helps us to look at the trust in family, not merely just a feeling, but it becomes a responsibility given by God. Hence, how we should live and treat others are included in the Tawhid epistemology, which is based on the belief all true knowledge comes from Allah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Shukran jazilan, and thank you to our prominent speakers for the first presentation on Tawhid epistemology and trust in family institution. Thank you, Datuk, and the Sister Mushahadah Kamaruddin, inshallah. The next presentation will be a little bit, there's a change of presentation. We are going to allow, inshallah, because of from Dr. Abdul Wahid, because he has a family matter to entertain. So it's a family matter. So I would like to announce his brother Abdul Wahid Jalal Nuri from Political Science. From Political Science Department. And Faith, and Dr. Iyad Posoka. The title for the presentation is Tawhidic Epistemology in the Age of Uncertainty, an Islamic Framework for Future Readiness. You are most welcome. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dear Chairman, Prof. Azlan and Prof. Arabi Aidid and my dear colleagues, professors, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I'm not going to take much of your time. I'm just trying to present through some provocative questions I'm going to ask. And actually, my article is based on that. It is it's still in progress, of course. So maybe you can. Yeah. So as you can see, we are living in an age of uncertainty. This is something which is many scholars are talking about, that we are living in uncertainty. We are not sure where we are going. When we talk about the future, where we are going actually? Have you ever wondered where the ChatGPT is going to take us? I mean, all of us, you know, many, even academicians and the students nowadays, and education system, everything, you know, they are relying heavily on the ChatGPT and AI. So where these kind of things taking us? And the world, the uncertainty is not only about the ChatGPT and AI. How about the environmental disaster? We are always, you know, facing freakish weathers, you know. That's why, you know, the other night I dreamed, my dream was, in Malaysia, I woke up, it was snowing. And it is possible, you know. Sometimes, you know, you can find the snow in the hot weather, and also in the Europe, it become like, you know, it's very hot nowadays, which is not supposed to be. So where all these things taking us? How about the other uncertainties, you know, the technological disruptions, the political disruptions, and many other things. So actually, we are living in the age of anxiety. Anxiety, and we are not sure. Even though our life actually very luxurious, we have everything, we have technology. My students, you know, sometimes they have 3 kind of gadgets in their hand, you know. When I was doing degree and master and PhD, I don't have even computer, you know. I used to go to the lab, but now they are carrying 3 gadgets, and then when you ask them a question, they don't know how to answer. And so this is actually is very dangerous, you know. And then we don't think about it. Unfortunately, in the Islamic context, Muslim society's context, we are not actually too much, you know, like we are not, our argument is actually at the surface level. And then how about modern knowledge, which is fragmented? We are talking about the knowledge. This IIUM is a very big institution. So now the knowledge is fragmented. We are not any longer, we can departmentalize the things, you know. That's why when I saw the Congress, with all due my respect, I was, you know, I don't know why all these departments are being separated, you know. Sociology session and the political science session, and also hopefully, you know, maybe next Congress, maybe Dr. Rabia and the administration can, you know, bring all of us together. We should not be departmentalized, you know. Yeah. So now I can see only the sociology members. How about where are other academic members, you know? Sorry to say that, you know, we have to think about this. And also, that's why we need actually urgent need for a paradigm shift. And how to do it? Maybe you can go to the, yeah. In this age, what does it mean to be a Muslim? When I was 17 years old, I read a book written by Fathi Yakin. Fathi Yakin was a Lebanese professor, an Islamic da'i. He wrote a very, very, very beautiful book, What Does It Mean to Be a Muslim? And that book actually shaped my thinking. Now, we need another kind of book in the current context. What does it mean to be a Muslim in this age of uncertainty? And also, can the Ummah navigate global turbulence without losing our Tawhidic paradigm? Now, the international forces, everything, media, political, everything, is actually working to create a non-Tawhidic society, godless society. You can see, you know, you can see it in Netflix, in everything. I have 10 books, which is written by modern, you know, international, you know, so-claimed scholars, thinkers. Millions of copies has been sold in Malaysia, even talking about there is no God. You know, you go and read the book written by Yuval Noah Harari, Homo Deus. He said that by 2040 we become like God. How about Cruisewell? He said that by 2040 we are going to be immortal. And last year when I attended the Future Dubai Forum, there is a guy, he wrote a book, the death of death. And then he asked me to join him. I told him, I don't agree with you on this, because I believe that one day we have to go back to Allah, but I agree with you, we need to actually to have a kind of alternative health system, not just talking about the curing the disease. We need actually to work for the prevention rather than this one. So on this one, I can work with you. So he say, okay, that's fine. With me in my platform, there is Muslim and non-Muslim. So he say, he officially appointed me as ambassador for health GVT in Malaysia. So what I mean, this is international forces are working to create a godless society, a non-Tawhidic society. And then this crisis, fragmented knowledge, is, whether you like it or not, is a very great challenge. Next slide, please. So why this study is important? My article, why study is important, and by the way, I just want to reveal to you, this article, I was working with our latest Tansri, Professor Emeritus Kamal Hassan. Many times I visited his library, and it was supposed to be part of a framework. We were trying actually to developing a framework for Islamic future thinking, because Prof. Kamal was very critical of the modern future kind of future studies. So he asked me, he said, Wahid, since you know about these future studies, why don't you, as a Muslim, come up with something? So I used to seek his guidance. So that's why the article is almost done, but I twisted the argument into these terminologies, the epistemology, Tawhidic epistemology. So this is very important. How can Islamic epistemology reshape future studies? And what would a Tawhidic future look like in science, economy, and governance? In future studies, we have something called, any studies, we need to look at it based on STEEP. STEEP is standing for society, technology, economy, environment, and politics. And maybe Islamically, we have to add Islamic as well, or Tawheed, or whatever you can call it. We need actually to look at it from all these perspectives. You cannot actually talk about politics if you don't know about economy, if you are not specialized in economy. You cannot talk about sociology if you don't know about politics and economy. So that's why it's very important, and that's why our classical Muslim scholars, they were everything. They were mathematicians, they were philosophers, they were scientists, they were medical scientists. Look at Ibn Rushd, for example. Ibn Rushd, he was Islamic scholar, philosopher. At the same time, he was a medical scientist. His book was actually a textbook in medicine in Europe for how many years? And even Ibn Tufail's book, even though it is actually a novel, that novel was become a medical textbook in Europe, He is the first one who introduced surgery. And then, could Muslim institutions like IIUM become the global hubs of future studies? And alhamdulillah, IIUM, our previous administration, since under Dato Zulkifl, and also our current administration under Professor Osman, you see, we still very much concerned about these future studies. We have a chair, UNESCO's chair for future studies, and also the recently Prime Minister announced the establishment of the International Institute of Future Studies. This is a very good initiative, and IIUM should lead the way for this. Because if not IIUM, don't expect other universities to do it for you. I was in UUM, I was in UM, with all due my respect for all these institutions. They are just like other universities. So IIUM is different, like our latest Professor Kamal Hassan says, IIUM should be different because we are the hub for Islamization. And then my research questions, can Tawheed unify knowledge in a post-normal world or post-normal time? This is a term was developed by Ziauddin Sardar, our current director for International Institute of Future Studies. He said that now we are living in a weird society. Everything is weird because the world is demanding us to define everything. Define family institutions. What does it mean, everything, you know? So everything is uncertain. So we are living in actually in a post-normal time. And what insight do classical and modern Muslim scholars offer for future thinking? So here I brought in my article the argument of Imam al-Ghazali, which he was talking about certainty. You know, his philosophy was based on that, how Muslim actually reach a yaqeen in Allah. Because actually, if you look at the context of Imam al-Ghazali and our context, it is the same. So Imam al-Ghazali, he wrote his book, Ihya Ulum al-Din, Resurrection of Islamic Knowledge, during his time. And if you look at our modern Muslim world is actually facing the same problem, but in a different context. During that time was under Mughal, you know, and then Muslims were fragmented. The same thing is actually happening, but in a different ways, of course. And then can ijtihad become a tool for anticipatory governance? So we need actually to relook at the ijtihad. Ijtihad not in a traditional way of kind of things. You know, there is a problem happen in fiqh, and then after that we go to the imam, ustaz, hey ustaz, how to take ablution, how to fast, what time I should fast, what time I should, is it okay? This is a very surface level kind of looking at the ijtihad. Ijtihad is not like that. Ijtihad, if you look at the way how Imam Shafi'i actually was handling the things, he was talking about future kind of events and issues that is happen in the next 10 or 20 years. So can we actually resurrect a kind of Imam Shafi'i or Imam Abi Hanifa or any kind in our modern context? The one who knows about AI. So our faqih should know about AI and biology and sociology. How come for Islamic scholar to talk about talaq, for example, divorce, without the knowledge of sociology? They cannot, you know. There are a lot of theses has been written, the causes of talaq, for example, in IIUM. But it missing the sociological theory. They don't know about the theory, sociology. So sociology is actually very important here. The sociology department is very important. And then how might Islamic metaphors inspire alternative future? Metaphor is we need to change our metaphors. All metaphors are outdated. We need to create a new metaphor. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in Quran always using the metaphor. Why? He always, because metaphor is actually is a mental image. Our brain are divided into two. So left brain is based on logic, planning, other things. Right is based on imagination, visualization. So here, the metaphor come in. We need to create a metaphor. You see, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talking about shajaratin tayyiba. This is a metaphor. He's talking about shajaratin tayyiba. Or many other things, you know. So we need to create the metaphor. Please. Methodology, how can we apply future studies methodology? There are many methodologies, like for example, please, if the time finish? Oh, okay, sorry, just 1 minute, can? Okay, 1 minute. So in future studies, we have many methodologies. We have scenario building, we have envisioning, we have causal layer analysis, for example, by a Pakistani, Australian Muslim scholar, his name is Suhail Inayatullah. He developed these methodologies, very important actually. I benefited a lot from this methodology, even for my own life, you know. So can we actually Islamize this CLA and use it? And then how we can actually, also the sociological theory, like for example, the Ulrich Beck, he talked about the rich society, for example, or liquid modernity, and also Max Weber, and also many other sociologists. Not only them, there are many. Yeah. So, Jazakumullahu khaira, barakallahu fiikum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brother Abdul Wahid Jalal Nori. Okay, thank you. It's a Malay culture when I go upstairs and sit down, it's a Malay culture to say time's up. So as long as I'm down, it's okay. But once I'm on the stage, that means time's up. Okay, that's the another way of saying cukup lah. Okay, for the next presentation, we have, the first one was about trust in the family institution. The second presentation was about uncertainty in this world. We are living in a chaotic situation. Now we come to the third presentation from Associate Professor Dr. Rahaizah Rokis from Sociology Department and Associate Professor Dr. Adibah Abdul Rahim from Usuluddin, inshallah. So and the title for the presentation will be Feminism on Women, Motherhood, Work in the Scope of Maqasid al-Sharia. You are most welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much, Prof. Adlan, for sharing the sessions, moderating the sessions. To Professor Syed Arabi, to my students, to the Dean, Prof. Hafiz, and all the lecturers that we have here. Thank you so much for attending. My topic is on feminism, on women's motherhood work in the scope of Maqasid al-Sharia. So I'm preparing this so-called to be the articles, the chapters with Dr. Adibah, Associate Professor Dr. Adibah Abdul Rahim from the Department of Usuluddin and Comparative Religion and Philosophy. So thank you. For an introduction, so we have this topic, why is feminism, women's motherhood work still an issue today? This is a centuries-old issue, actually, never resolved, never ending, keep going on until today. So this is an issue because society would not be able to resolve the tensions between valuing women's caregiving roles. And when I say valuing here, it's not just financial or economic aspects, but actually to deframe the private duty and framing it as a shared societal responsibility. So we want to put there's a tension between valuing women caregiving roles and supporting their participations in the workforce. This is an issue also because in Malaysian context, in particular, we have lots of programs, strategies, policies that actually enriching the participations or women's labor force participations. However, day by day or year by year is not from the ranking. The ranking, it shows that it's decreasing years by years. From, for example, 2022, we are, according to the competitiveness ranking, we are at number 51 out of 100 and over countries around the world. But now, 2025, very recently, we discovered that we are down further at number 60. So why this is contradictory? So in this context, it seems that the governments, the national policies measurement does not really align with the data. So the data versus actions now. We have done a lot, but the data show differently. So in these chapters, the planned chapters that we wish to talk about is actually about achieving gender force equity. So the term is equity, not inequality, because I had a very good discussions with Dr. Adibah, with regards to using feminism, feminists, and equality. So we managed to understand certain directions, that actually workforce equity for women would not only lead to improvements in economic growth, productivity, and equitable development, but also to women's well-being. So we know that the debate kept alive by this persistent inequity cultural expectations, and diverse life experiences. Okay? So even in Malaysian context itself, okay, when we talk about Malaysia, Malays, Chinese, Indians, we have different experiences which we need to understand it from their perspective. So these are among the objectives of our chapters. Okay, that includes try to explore, okay, the negotiations of this role, okay, women's perspective from a Maqasid perspective, okay, Maqasid Syariah perspective. And following to the rationale and contributions, so we know that we should not romanticize, okay, about motherhood, about women, about work, okay, so much. Okay, but this is not a sacrifice. We must look from the perspective of responsibility. This is more important for us to take care of. And from this topic, we understand feminists can be looked from ontological as well as epistemological. Okay? And how does these chapters will contribute? It will most importantly provide an equitable framework for women's motherhood and work. And among all, okay, the structure of our chapter is to include, of course, feminist perspective, where we try to deframe, okay, feminism, okay, from our perspective, from the Tawhid epistemology perspective. Okay, that includes care ethics, okay, labor perspectives, structural barriers, and also advocacy for women's effort, okay, in balancing work and motherhood. And most importantly, we would like to bring in the framework of Maqasid Syariah here, okay, especially on all the 5, okay, important items, okay, of the Maqasid, which is faith, or the deen, the nafs, the aql, and the nasal, and the al-mal. Okay? Okay, the first 2 is actually more on the individual level, okay, on the woman's life, okay, on the faith, on the life. But the last 3, which is intellect, the progeny, and the wealth, is very much involved with motherhood, mothers, and how they relate to society. And this is where the Maqasid will play much of its role here. And also in our chapters, we put the insights, the arguments, okay, how for us to reconceptualize women's work and motherhood, okay, from both Islamic and feminist perspective. Okay, which we can say that we can this perspective can reframe, okay, the women's work and motherhood as dignified, complementary, and contribute to justice, to care, rahmah, and social balance. Okay? So this would definitely challenge patriarchal interpretations that at most times undervalues women's economic and intellectual contribution. And then reconceptualizing women's work and motherhood also means valuing care as work and work as care. And both are essentials to human flourishing and social justice, rather than treating them as competing terms, okay, or secondary roles. Okay. Next, please. Next. After key arguments? Okay. So to conclude here, okay, I'm good in time, right? To conclude here, basically, when we managed to discuss, okay, the chapters, okay, from both feminist and Maqasid perspective, we believe that we can conclude this chapter, okay, as from this particular points, okay, especially on economic valuations, where motherhood as a workforce creations, where we talk about having human capitals, okay, as a fundamental economic contributions. Okay? And then secondly, it is about social and cultural valuations, where motherhood as social reproductions, which is beyond biology, okay, where motherhood includes nurturing cares, values, culture, and identity, which I think very much relevant with the Prof. And also Dr. Shahada presentation just now. Okay. On the third point is on the policy and institutional recognitions, which I think this chapter will add on the information, empirical evidence, to discuss further from the empirical perspectives, okay, to help for the national level to have a good policies with regards to motherhood. Okay, so basically motherhood is not a penalty. Okay, it's actually something is very much natural. Okay, very much in need, very much important, significance in our lives. Okay, and that need to be translate into recognition to tangible support, such as having parental leave, which we have. Okay, but different countries have different allocations of parental leaves. Okay, childcare supports, okay, flexible works arrangement, child allowances, and caregiver credits in pension system to demonstrate that society values caregiving. Okay, and number 4 is on religious and ethical valuations. Okay, on Maqasid Sharia points, where motherhood is tied to hifz al-nasl, okay, which is protections of lineage and also protections of life. Okay, so valuing motherhood requires a balancing women's roles as caregiver with the rights to education, with the rights to work and dignity. Okay? And finally, number 5, reconceptualizations, where we know that motherhood is work. So instead of choosing between work versus motherhood, okay, we must appropriately balance, okay, these two perspectives, okay, where it is socially productive labor which enriched by caregiving skills, empathy, okay, organizations, and multitasking. Okay, and to finish it, okay, maybe I have some. Basically we have conclusions. So basically, in the chapters, okay, I'm going to integrate, okay, the perspective as I mentioned to you. It is not antagonistic to each other, but actually complementing with each other, where it's clearly mentioned in various surah. Okay, for example, Surah Tawbah, verse 105, that affirms that the value of work and actions for all believers, okay, and not restricted to gender. And as an outcome, okay, we hope to provide a chapter which is more inclusive, ethical, and supportive framework for women. And definitely, we also hope that it can guide for policy and social practices. And as a concluding remarks here, so to value women's work and motherhood, we need to measure it economically. To value women's work and motherhood, we need to respect it socially and culturally. To value women's work and motherhood, support it through policies, and reconceptualize it philosophically and ethically. So with that, okay, both Dr. Adiba and myself would like to say thank you so much for your listening.
Okay, thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Rahiza, for the presentation on the title on motherhood. Inshallah, in the future we should have more people on fatherhood to see how it works in the world of uncertainties. Inshallah. Okay, the next presentation will be on Tawheed and its impact on knowledge and Islamic civilization, and to be presented by, inshallah, Associate Professor Dr. Kabuye Osman Sulaiman from FITS and Associate Professor Dr. Spaik Umar from History Department. You are most welcome.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين وبعد. Dear professors, associate professors, doctors, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This is the topic for my chapter together with Dr. Spaik. He is not able to be here, I guess, and he conveys his salam to all of you. So I plan to actually change the title for this chapter after looking at the content of it, and it will be At-Tawheed, Knowledge and Civilization, because the objective of this particular chapter, as shown on page 2, firstly is to show knowledge, civilization, and At-Tawheed as being intrinsically connected. So I begin by establishing the link between the three. And the second is to examine the impact of at-tawhid on knowledge and civilization. I have used AL, the prefix, before tawhid, and not tawhid, because tawhid can refer to so many meanings. But at-tawhid has a definite meaning. At-tawhid is about the oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's about realizing it in our life. So ibadah and at-tawhid cannot be disconnected. So my focus is actually on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So I have several contentions. The first contention of my chapter is that knowledge and at-tawhid are deeply intertwined in the Islamic worldview, where all knowledge is seen as originating from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and leading back to him. I'll make a verbatim presentation in order to manage the time given to me. The second, at-tawhid serves as the foundational essence of Islamic civilization. It strengthens the bonds of society and establishes principles of love, cooperation, among others, among the members of the Muslim society or other societies, contributing to the stability of a society and its cohesion. The third one, the construction of a loving and cohesive society that strives to achieve goodness and justice cannot be achieved without at-tawhid. Data for this work is collected from several sources, including journal articles, but primarily from the Quran and Sunnah. The structure of my chapter is as you see here. I start with an introduction where I give an overview of knowledge and civilization in Islam. This has been one of my focal areas in my research. With Allah's permission, I have already completed 4 to 5 books on this particular topic. And in the introduction, I also cover the centrality of at-tawhid in knowledge acquisition and civilization or societal development. I also cover, that is the first part, or maybe the second, the categorization of revealed knowledge. We always talk about classification of knowledge, but in my chapter, I focus on classification of revealed knowledge into knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which covers his names and attributes, and knowledge of what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has informed us about the past, present, and the future events. Then, knowledge of Allah's commands pertaining to the actions of the heart, the tongue, and the limbs. And Ma'rifatullahi ta'ala is another section of my chapter, which I regard it to be a prerequisite for at-tawhid. Without the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, how is it possible for us to worship him and even to apply at-tawhid to our life? Then the impact of at-tawhid on knowledge and civilization, and then the concluding remarks. Among the highlights of my chapter, or the key arguments and insights, are what you see. In my study, the term Imarul Arud or Ta'milul Arud are employed to refer to Islamic civilization instead of Tamaddun, which focuses on the construction of cities or urbanization. And I have given the meaning of Imarul Ard here literally and technically. So ilm tawheed is the noblest of all sciences. It is ashraful ulum. It is also the most esteemed in rank, ajallu al-ulum, and the most obligatory to seek, which is ajwab al-ulum. So each one of us is mandated to acquire this knowledge first and foremost. And the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, his names and attributes, his rights upon us, is what at-tawheed entails, among others. Ilm at-tawheed is the noblest of sciences due to the nobility of its subject, and that is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this is the reason why the scholars refer to it as al-fiqhu al-akbar, which means the greater fiqh, and the rest of the knowledge as al-fiqhu al-asgar, because they are lesser. So al-ilmu billahi ta'ala, which is to know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, is the core foundation of a meaningful life, which is basically about seeking Allah's pleasure above all else. It is also the core motivation for al-khashya, the fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, al-mahabba, loving Allah, al-hayba, revering Allah, and al-ijlal, honoring Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, al-azama, recognition of Allah's greatness, at-tabattulu ila Allah, devotion to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, at-tawakkul ala Allah, reliance on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, sabr ma Allah, patience with Allah, ar-rida anillah, contentment with Allah, al-muraqaba, constant awareness of Allah's presence, and al-inshigalu billahi ta'ala, to be preoccupied with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala over his creation. And last but not least, al-itisamu billahi ta'ala, which is about fostering a strong, conscious relationship or bond with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. At-tawheed is the most important knowledge that a Muslim begins their religious journey with. It is the foundation of all knowledge and worship. Success in this world as well as in the hereafter are dependent upon the acquisition of this knowledge and its application in our life. Al-ilmu billahi ta'ala, or ma'arifatullahi ta'ala, the knowledge of Allah or knowledge about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, is not merely intellectual information, but rather heartfelt understanding that influences a person's behavior and directs them towards obedience to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and his love. Knowledge of Allah is the path to achieving sincere worship, al-ibad al-khalisah. For the more a servant knows their Lord, the greater their love and their fear would be of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. When Musa alayhi salam did ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala a very fundamental question, "O Allah, which of your servants is the most fearful of you?" Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala responded saying, "The most knowledgeable of them." And this is the reason why the scholars, when they offer interpretations of the ayah, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ, they say liyabudun is liyarifuni, to know me, and also liyuwahiduni, to unify me. If I use the word unification, which is not the right word to use for tawheed, because in Islam we don't unify. In Christianity they unify, so it is Trinity. But it is all about observing the oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah has guided us in regard to the importance and centrality of at-tawheed, and the same view is held by Ibn Taymiyyah. They believe that the entire Quran is actually on at-tawheed. So it is the only theme, and the rest are considered to be sub-themes leading to this main theme. So the Quran is about confirming the oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala or legislating its practice and describing the reward of those who apply a tawheed in their life and the consequences of a shirk, associating Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with others. So if we are to categorize the ayat of the Quran, then we can say that some ayat of the Quran are providing information about Allah's names and attributes, and some other verses are calling us to the worship of Allah alone, and others are providing commands and prohibitions related to his obedience, and also a reward for those who apply at-tawheed, al-muwahhidun, and the punishment of al-mushrikun. Next. At-tawheed is the essence of Islamic civilization and the source of the moral and intellectual values. It grants it a comprehensive identity and connects its components with each other. It liberates humanity from all forms of materialism, superstitions, and policism, allowing them to live an organized life based on the worship of one God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and fulfilling his mission on earth. Realization of a tawheed in regard to civilization is about acknowledging Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as the sole creator of the universe and everything within it, as mentioned in the ayah, وَمَا بِكُم مِّن نِعْمَةٍ فَمِنَ اللَّهِ. And Allah has classified his ni'mah upon us into two, وَأَسْبَغَ عَلَيْكُمْ نِعْمَهُ ظَاهِرَةً وَبَاطِنًا. Some of them are apparent, some are hidden. Among the hidden blessings of Allah upon us are the intellectual abilities, including our iman, acknowledgement of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and the ones which are apparent include the development that we see, which should be taken as ayat, indicators of the greatness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who has granted a human being the mind that has led him to the development that we see. So this ayah emphasizes that all the good things that we enjoy in life, including the intellectual abilities and achievements, originate from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it reminds us to acknowledge Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to be grateful for his favors, and to recognize him as the source of all our blessings, which is only done by a few individuals. At-Tawheed is considered one of the most noble and greatest values that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has bestowed upon us to serve, to realize our purpose of existence, or the reason why we are here, and also to help us manage our hawa nafsu, among others. This is the conclusion to my chapter, that a meaningful and purpose life is one where one's daily actions align with Islamic teachings, creating a sense of responsibility and striving for al-adil, justice, and al-ihsan. Inna Allah ya'mur bil-adli wal-ihsan. So these two have been commanded. If we realize these two in our life, then we have fulfilled part of our mission. And all aspects of existence, including knowledge, resources, and societal development, are from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They ultimately belong to him. Hence, they should turn us to Allah instead of turning us away from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The Islamic worldview of knowledge and civilization entails, among others, acknowledging Allah's absolute oneness and sovereignty as the sole source of all existence, giving thanks for his blessings and submitting to his will. With this, I end my presentation. Wajazakumullahu kulla khair. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Shukran jazilan for presentation by our prominent speaker, Professor Dr. Kabuya Usman Sulaiman, Prophet, and also That's Professor Dr. Spahik Omar, History Department. Okay, so the next presentation will be from the Sociology Department, Dr. Nora Shikin Basir. She's a criminologist by training. Doesn't mean that she commit crime, she's a criminologist. And from Sister Dr. Nur Suraya Muhammad Nur from RKUD. The title for the presentation will be Labeling and Stigma, an Integrated Approach to the Study of Deviance on Social Media Platform. Okay, you have 15 minutes, inshallah. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. My topic for this afternoon is labeling and stigma, an integrated approach to the study of deviance on a social media platform. Okay, but I won't entirely tell you whatever that I have written in my chapter. I will give you just a side story on the content of my chapter. Because it's still a secret. Once it is published, then you can read the book. Okay, so labeling and stigma is a very well-known term in the study of sociology of deviance. It's actually a theory by itself, okay, under the symbolic interactionist school of thought. Okay, this theory, labeling theory, is a theory that is focusing on the micro perspective, which is a symbol used in the course of communication. And how that, during the course of communication, people label other people as a symbol that representing the other meaning of what it is assigned. Okay? You know, recently there is in the newspaper, because of the case of the inquest of Zara Karina, the inquest. And the first witness was a pathologist, okay? And do you know what is the name called against her? Okay, because of how honest she was with her work. She has an extensive 39 years of working experience. Some nasty people, instead of call her pathologist, they call her pantatlogist. A nasty label, okay, on her, okay. So this is being shared in the social media platform, okay. And once it is shared, that it remains there, okay. But in the study of sociology of deviance from the Western perspective, okay, audience has no fault at it. Okay? The cause of the fault is the victim themselves. You open yourself to be labeled. Okay? But not in Islam. Okay? In Tawhidic if you are to refer to Tawhidic epistemology. Okay? In Islam, if you claim someone, you have to come up with witness. You fail, you will be punished. Okay? For example, the punishment on qadhaf. Okay? Come with four witnesses. Okay, so let's continue. Ampun tunggu. So now I lost the idea. Okay, so labeling, see what labeling. So if you look at it, this chapter is basically discusses the definition of labeling, which categorizes individual on the basis of certain behavior or characteristic in which it shapes the perception and identities. Okay? The beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Okay? Sometimes you get married with someone who is very dark and you like it, but the other people who saw it say that, why you marry a very dark person? Okay. That's why. Yeah. Tuanku, kalau orang dah bercinta tu, bak kata orang, tahi gigi pun rasa coklat. But everything is in the eye of the beholder, whether it's beauty, it's the smell, okay? So everyone has their own perception, has their own priority, okay? Now stigma. Stigma is actually the impact of this label, okay? And when we call it stigma, it always long-lasting, okay? So once someone is labeled negatively, a stigma is attached. Okay, and it attaches strongly that it is difficult to be detached. Okay, so this is what happened today, especially in the social media platform, because anything that you post will remain there forever. Okay, and it will normally be repost. In TikTok, there is always repost, and repost. Now, the aim of this chapter is actually to offer a critical, spiritually grounded rethinking of deviance and stigma by integrating the knowledge of sociology of deviance through the labeling theory, okay, with Tawhidic epistemology. And the aim is to do more than explain. Okay? We hope that through this chapter, after reading this chapter, okay, the reader can able to understand, to respond, and to heal social exclusion. Okay? And that is actually the result of labeling. People who are labeled and attached with stigma, they ended up being marginalized and excluded, okay, in the social group, in the society. The rationale, the basic idea of this chapter is to examine labeling theory and stigma through the lens of sociology of deviance and Tawhidic perspective. Okay? And then we will try to reconstruct the epistemological and ethical foundation of our understanding of deviance in Muslim society. Okay? How we see, from an Islamic point of view, okay, whether labeling is something people can share or not. Is it something forbidden or allowable? Is it necessary for us to label, or is it not? Finally, this chapter will try to challenge the prevailing secular paradigm and offers a spiritually grounded alternative that is both context sensitive and transformative. Okay? Because in my class, Sociology of Deviance, okay, there are lots of things that I need to share, though it is very sensitive, so that my student will know, will understand what it is that transpire behind those labeling. The contribution of this chapter. This chapter offers a transformative contribution to society by reframing how we understand and respond to deviance. Okay, I want to share you about labeling theory, but I don't think I do have time to share you. Okay, you have? Okay, but whatever it is, okay, why we need to discuss about labeling and stigma, okay, it's because we want to restore human dignity. Okay, people lost their dignity because of label. Okay, today, because of being being anonymous, okay, you can label anyone you like. Because why? Because you can. Nobody say you cannot. Because it's yes. Because you can. Okay? Until someone say that you can't, but maybe 1 in a million. Okay? People starts to sue you, whatever, but not many. Okay? So because you can, you do it. Because you can maintain anonymity, you do it. Okay? You don't think what is your responsibility. Okay? You don't think that what happened when the person that you are labeled, you cause someone that you label to commit suicide. You cause a marriage in divorce because of your label. Okay? And what will you do? Okay? You do nothing. Okay? And you feel that, I just say it. I don't intend for them to break the ties. I never want them. I just say it. Okay? But then you label. This is label. Okay? Label is attached by audience, and you are the audience. Okay? But you don't want to take responsibility of what happened next. But not in Islam. If you do it, you take charge of it. You take responsibility. In the qazaf, okay? If you cannot come out with 4 witnesses, okay, and you say that someone has committed adultery, then you will be punished for not able to prove that there is a installation between the two. Then it is not adultery. Okay? And you have committed qazaf. That's how Islam say that even the audience has their responsibility. Before they want to say something, to label, okay? Not to label, to name. In one of the hadith, hadith Sahih Hasan, say that if someone call someone's parents with some bad words, it is the same as you call your parents that bad names. Okay? So the labeler, okay, if they know about it, they will not label easily. Okay? So this is in Islam, how we are taught. Okay? Allah teach us. Okay, I will share with you in my last slide the 2 ayah from Surah Al-Hujurat, ayah 11 and 12. I won't take your ayah 13 because ayah 13 is for Dr. Azlan's chapter. So ayah 11 and 12. Okay, so this chapter is not an academic paper. Okay, because I hope that it will be read by especially younger generation. Not only for academics, but also younger generation, so they can benefit from it and try to build compassionate, inclusive, and ethically grounded communities. Communities with ethics. Okay? Communities with the sense of ihsan. Ihsan is not about sympathy. Ihsan is about أن تعبد الله كأنك تراه فإن لم يكن تراه فإنه يراك. Okay? You do things as if you see God, but you don't see Him, but God sees us. This is the concept of ihsan. Bukan belas ihsan. Tidak. In Islam, this is ihsan. This is the third. When the angel Gabriel came to the Prophet, asked about what is the first, what is iman, what is Islam, and the third one, what is ihsan. So you build your personality toward using these 3. Okay? Not just being a good Muslim, but a good mu'min and a muhsin. With ihsan. This is the structure of the chapter. Okay, I divide my chapter into 4. Understanding labeling. Okay, the second one, Tawhidic epistemology. And then I tried to see the convergence between sociological theories. No, I would like to focus on the sociological theories of deviance. And lastly, we'll look from the Tawhidic and sociological perspective, which one, not which one, we know which one is better. Okay, the main key argument of this chapter is that deviance is socially constructed. It is not intrinsically evil. No one is born evil. Okay, a baby is born blank slate, white. It is the parents who yulawinuhu. Okay, yulawinuhu mean color, black, purple, pink. Okay, and make them as a Jewish or a Christian, Nasara, Yahudiya. Okay, it's parents who do that to them. Pardon? Okay. Nak I terangkan ke? Teachers is yes, number 2. Agent of socialization 4. Okay, family, especially parents, education, schooling, okay, peers, and lastly is media. Okay, but today you will see that when parents is at fault, they will blame the government. When the government has nothing to do, being the agent of socialization, they will be the last. Okay, anak-anak buat jahat, juvenile delinquency semua pergi kepada government. Government sebenarnya tak ada apa-apa. Okay, this is a conclusion. This chapter highlights how labeling and stigma, while often treated as sociological phenomena that carry profound epistemological and ethical implication. Okay, we are trying to come out with the outline in which we discuss about labeling, the theory of labeling, and how in Islam, okay, it can time's up. We read in the book. So go to the last one, conclusion, the last slide. Okay, this is the last slide that I want to share with you, which actually guided my chapter. I put in the last, but in my chapter, I will put it first. Okay, these two from Surah Al-Hujurat, verse 11 and 12, O believers, do not let some men ridicule others. They may be better than them. Nor let some women ridicule other women. They may be better than them. Do not defame one another, nor call each other by offensive nicknames. How evil it is to act rebelliously after having faith. Okay, you call yourself as mu'min, but you do rebellious things. And whoever does not repent, it is they who are the true wrongdoers. O believers, avoid many suspicions, for indeed some suspicions are sinful. And do not spy nor backbite one another. Will any of you like to eat the flesh of their dead brother? You would despise that and fear Allah. Surely Allah is the acceptor of repentance, most merciful. Okay. So I close my my presentation with this Surah Al-Hujurat. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Tuanku berampun, Sembah Fatihah Raja Ampun. It's a great honor to have our Royal Highness to be with us this afternoon, and we all will be grateful for having Royal Highness Tunku Azizah Aminah Maimunah Iskandariah binti Almarhum Sultan Iskandar Al-Hajj. So inshallah. Now we come to, since we have listened to the 5 presentations coming from the prominent scholars, now I would like to have any questions from the floor. Maybe 10 minutes for any questions. Anybody would like to ask to our 5 prominent speakers? You have all the mics on the right, on the left. Just around 10 minutes, maybe 2 or 3 questions, and then we proceed to the next session. Yeah, please, inshallah. You can state your name and whatever question.
Yeah. My name is Baharudin Ahmad from this faculty, this kuliah. Now, RK, yes. I just want to understand about future studies. We are going to have future studies, or we already have future studies. But do we include things of the future to what extent? We include theory of the future. For example, when we talk about future studies, I have discussed this with Prof. Osman also, we need to have eschatology, life after death, because there is also a future. And in order for us to keep the concept of time and space according to our religion and teaching, then the concept of future studies must include eschatology and also the study of after death. Now, these studies on after death are getting more popular in the West, like Elizabeth Kubler-Ross and also Raymond Moody, and many others, in fact. And even they have faculties on eschatology in some Western universities. Now, we are new, and now we have future studies. We should include, of course. Number one. Number two, I would like to say that now, since 1942, with Heisenberg theory, we have different concepts already of matter. What is matter? Hayula. We have different concepts of like wujud, the concept of time and space and so on, which are more toward the space beyond space. Oh my God. So this kind of space beyond space is the understanding of the people of theoretical physics. So when we have this Tawheed in this kuliah, we need to work together with people in physics too for the understanding of like this kind of stuff, space, time, matter, cause, effect, and so on and so forth. And there should be like a third kalam school that try to understand the new concept which are getting very popular now. And maybe need to redefine what we meant in philosophy and also in theology of those concepts. This also should be in the future studies, I think.
Okay.
My suggestion. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Anybody would like to answer the question? Maybe Dr. Kubuye? On future studies and life after death, what happened next, what happened before and what happened next. Right. Yeah. No, come over here and speak over the microphone. Yeah. Anybody would like to? Yeah, please. Anybody would like to answer the question? Anybody? Yeah, come, Dr. Kubuye. Because this is very much related to the age uncertainty presented by Dr. Abdul Wahid. Maybe Dr. Iyad can also respond to this. Okay, yeah.
But I think this question should be answered by Dr. Abdul Wahid. Unfortunately, he has already left because his area of future studies, I think, is not my focus. He talked about uncertainty, the age of uncertainty. I have my own observations regarding uncertainty, because in Islam we don't lose certainty. So we know where we are heading to. We have the guidance with us, we have the Quran. So I don't think that we are going to face uncertainties when we have the Quran and the Sunnah. So we just have to stick to the Quran and Sunnah, as the Prophet ﷺ said, "Lan tadillu ba'di." So you will not deviate, ma tamassaktum bihima, as long as you remain strongly attached to these two. So they will remain as our guidance, and we don't have to worry about the future. Bi'iznillahi ta'ala. Jazakumullahu kulla khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Dr. Iyad, you want to respond to the question? The concept of time, space, matter, whatever, right? Okay. Yeah, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Actually, I'm part from this type of research comes from Dr. Abdul Wahid. I came a little bit late, sorry. but there is something very important. And actually, I heard our rector 2 days ago when he mentioned about the natural brain, which is very important. And actually, I wrote about it last semester. When Dr. Abdul Wahid mentioned about this type of chapter, we have to understand uncertainty related to a new technology. What do we have today? We have educational institutions, but the tradition, the habit comes within these institutions now is over exaggeration and overuse comes from students how to produce whatever type of knowledge based on this type of technology. That means we go to technology, we will start to use this type of information, and we start to deliver this type of information to the society. Where is the, what do you call as the privilege to change the society? There is no privilege. We can't change the society in this way. So this area becomes ambiguous. So once Dr. Abdul Wahid actually came to discuss this type of idea, he started to go back to that Tawhidic paradigm. And how can we take the role as educated people and start to understand this type of knowledge based on what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says. In the first message, read, اقرأ. You have to read, you have to understand deeply, then you have to investigate, then you will go and change. وَقُلْ اعْمَلُوا. So this is actually the frame Dr. Abdul Wahid start to create. Whatever we have today is uncertain. Once we come to rely on AI, we are not against AI, but the way how do we use AI today, it doesn't look, what do we call as practical to produce this type of knowledge. So this is actually the chapter he tried to create, and this is the way he tried to deliver a message. We have to produce educated people who are based on Tawhidic epistemology to produce knowledge to benefit the society. And that's it. Thank you so much, Dr. Azlan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yat. So we have a few more minutes for the last question, second questions, inshallah. Yeah, please. Introduce yourself, please.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Omar Min from FITS. Okay, I have comments like this, also for future studies. Actually, the study is very broad, yes. Near future or far future, yes. But far future, everybody of us been to the future. Yeah, that, yes, hereafter, yeah. My comment is, ironically, there's Western scholars, especially the Islamic scholars, Western scholars who focus or study on Islam. They are after the achievement of Muslims, Yes. As you know, I read the book written by Knish Alexander. I don't know whether you know. He's the book he has written, the title is Ibn Arabi, Image Making in the 13th. Earlier, I forgot the subtitles, but the title is, the main title is Ibn Arabi. This title reminds me this, this Institute of Ibn Arabi Studies established in London, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. They're focusing on Ibn Arabi's work, they're translating this Futuhat, Makkiyah, translating, yes. The whole volume they're translating into English. What the Muslim world, we are doing nothing. Yes. We are supposed to be inheritor of Ibn Arabi's knowledge, Yes. Then our Muslim world, we are after the Western knowledge, We are following the Western scholars. It's I don't know, it's a kind of joke, Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And we'd like to respond to the question. Still about the future studies. Age of uncertainty. We talk about reality, right? And anybody would like to respond? Yeah, maybe Dr. Yat, or maybe somebody else, Dato, to respond. Okay, all right. No, we have to answer the question first. Anybody? Yeah, Dr. Yat, please. Okay, yeah, Brother Abbas, yeah, inshallah, to respond.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi
Alaikum
wabarakatuh.
salam.
I'm Mohammed Abbas bin Abdul Razak from FIDS, you know. When I look at this debate that has been going on for some time, in my personal observation, I've seen also Westerners, especially those who embrace Islam, you know, they are more rigorously, more interested, going deep, you know, in the thing, you know. While born Muslims, you know, we are too relaxed, we have taken for granted. Now, when you apply that to civilizational studies and all that, right, it is pretty normal for one civilization to learn from another civilization. And in Islam, we have the openness to learn from other civilizations. What we learn, you know, where is Umar? What we learn, yeah? I don't know where's Umar. Oh, okay. What we learn is, you know, our scholars say, you know, we learn the dynamic part, yeah, the dynamic aspect of another civilization. It can be from the Chinese, from the European and all that. Likewise, the trend is the Western civilization, they have tried everything. If you read Francis Fukuyama, the West has gone through many ideas and ideologies, and they have now realized, you know, everything is failing, right? So now they are trying to get something new. They are going back to the old ideas to try to revive. And he says, you know, it's very difficult for them, you know, unless they reproduce the same thing, the old, with some new labeling, you know, is needed, right? So you talk about Nazism of the past, they still have Nazism in the new Nazism is coming, right? So you can read in the papers, in the media and all that. So let us take it, you know, in a positive manner. As much as we, you know, take their science and technology, you know, we benefit from them, you know, what they are lacking is that they have been in darkness, you know. So now they feel very thrilled with reading Ibn Arabi and also Rumi. Rumi is a great figure, iconic figure in the West, right? So it is pretty normal for civilization to learn from one another. This is my comment. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much for the response. Okay, the next session will be, I will pass the baton to the next moderator, inshallah, to Dr. Nur Azlin. Yeah, for the next session. We have 4 more presentations coming from our scholars, inshallah. The rule remain the same, 50 minutes. Okay, yeah, please.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Azlan, for passing the baton to me. Okay. Let us begin the second session again with recitation of Surah Al-Fatihah to gain barakah from Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. Al-Fatihah. Distinguished colleague and participant and also my beloved student. This is actually the second part of our day 3 session on our AHAS KRKHS Tauhidic Epistemology Congress. Okay, I hope you are still alive and kicking even though this is already day 3 and already our afternoon session. Okay, we are honored for this third session. Okay, the second part of this third session, we are honored with the presence of our IOM Constitutional Head, okay, Her Royal Highness, okay, the Tengku Ampuan of Pahang, Tengku Azizah Aminah Maimunah Iskandaria, binti Almarhum Sultan Iskandar Al-Haj. Okay, welcome to our Congress. Okay, I'm Dr. Nur Azlin Tajuddin from Sociology Department. It is my privilege to serve as your moderator for this third session, whereby we're going to continue our exploration on how Tauhidic epistemology or paradigm or worldview would anchor in our exploration of knowledge as well as either applied as well as theoretical knowledge. Okay, this second session together will bring to us a very rich tapestry of thought from, as you will listen later on, philosophical reflection of history. Okay, one part of the session will deal on this matter. The second part will deal on the aesthetic of Islamic literature. And lastly, from my own department, the application of Quranic verses within a very special marginalized group, indigenous community in Malaysia. So each presentation offers a very unique perspective rooted in the Tawhidic epistemology. So let us listen, reflect, and engage with all of these topics with our open mind and open heart. So let us begin our intellectual and as well as spiritual journey with our presenter. Please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Alwi Al-Attas from the Department of History and Civilization, together with his co-author, Professor Dr. Radwan Jamal Yusof from the Department of Quran and Sunnah Study, who will examine Hamka's view on kemajuan or progress. A timely reflection on how spiritual, intellectual advancement and development intertwine in our Islamic tradition. Please welcome, Doctor. The floor is yours.
Yang amat mulia Tunku Azizah, Prof. Hafiz, Prof. Arabi Aidid, dear colleagues, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm sorry for my lack of formality. So my topic today is Hamka's views on kemajuan or progress. I think this is the shortest title, yeah. Not only in this session, I think maybe throughout. But I hope it is not shortening the importance of the topic. So I make research about this topic basically when I encounter certain books of Hamka and started to I have question how he understand about progress. I want to start with something that we generally already know, that in the 19th century the situation in the Islamic world is not good until now, yeah, not only in the 19th century, but during the 19th century, the situation is deeply felt by the Muslims, that we are in declining situation. And at the same time, we witness the progress of Western civilization, if you want to use this term, progress and advancement in sciences, in material progress and so on. Not only we witness the progress of Western civilization, even more and more Islamic territories actually were colonized by Western countries. So this situation, before I come to that, the response of Muslim scholars, for the Western leaders themselves, Western people at that time, progress was not only a situation that they have. Even at that time, they developed certain understanding about this progress. What is progress? They boast of their own progress. So since that time, there was a Western notion of the meaning of progress. Yeah? So it's not only about their practical advancement, but also it developed into certain idea of what is progress, and they promote this idea of progress. And because of that, many Muslim scholars after that, they started to respond to the situation and also to this idea of progress as well. So the response usually understood as Islamic reformism, Yeah, I think we generally already, know about that, like Abdu, yeah, Jamaluddin Afghani, and then Rashid Ridha, and many other Muslim scholars at that time. They try to give answer to the decline of the Muslim Ummah. So, if you allow me, I think I can divide the response into two big categories. Yeah, with regards to answering the question why the Muslim Ummah was declining. So one of the categories stressing on the religious, some would say religious purification. For this, because of Muslims, many traditions involved in the Islamic practices and so on, so we have to go back to Quran and Sunnah and so on and so on. And the second category of response focus more on the civilizational progress. Yeah. So I want to, in this presentation, also in my article, I started with this. So I put Hamka as one of the representative of the reformists. Actually, he's a kind of, in Indonesia and Malaysia, is a kind of second generation maybe of Muslim reformists. So I want to know how he's respond about this idea. Yeah. Okay, so this study examines Hamka's view, yeah, on kemajuan, yeah, progress. Yeah, this study uses textual analysis by collecting and analyzing the word kemajuan and other related words such as modern, which appear in some of Hamka's books. Of course, I'm not reading the whole of Hamka's book because more than 100 books. I use mainly around 15, actually more than 15. But I found that his idea about kemajuan, strengthening each other. Yeah. Okay, the next. The idea of progress, only gain. So this is something very important. As I mentioned before, the idea of progress only gained prominence in the Muslim world in the 19th, 20th centuries. This is also important. It reflects modern paraenesis, counsels, advice, and radiates from changing Western worldview. Yeah. But I do not discuss this deeply because of limitation in my article. Yeah, I think it will be developed in another article. So it became influential and therefore needs to be intellectually responded by the Muslims. Therefore, the views of Hamka as a leading Muslim scholars on these subjects are relevant to be studied. But it is important to understand that Hamka, so far I understand, Hamka do not write specific book about kemajuan, yeah, and he also do not discuss very deep, very specific how he understand kemajuan or giving definition of what is kemajuan. So generally he mentioned about kemajuan, he discussed, sometimes he give response within other related topics in his books and his writings. The structure of the chapter is simple. After introduction, and then the next subheading is modern notion of progress, in which I highlight the idea of progress, how it spread in Europe in the 19th century and come to the Muslim world. And I also explain how in the Malay world, in Malay and Indonesia, this idea actually come through direct colonialism. Because of colonialism, newspapers, education, people that go to the Western schools, they encountered this idea. They start to receive this idea and have aspiration to get progress as well. And the second one is through the Islamic reformism, because the Muslim, the reformists in the Malay world, like Sheikh Al-Hadi, yeah, and Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan, for example, Muhammadiyah, even the motto of Muhammadiyah is the main reformist organization in Indonesia. The motto is Islam berkemajuan. Yeah. So for the Muslims, they also, some of them, they also interested, yeah, with this idea. And then the next chapter is about the main concern, Hamka's views of progress, yeah, and also regress. Oh, I put this wrongly, yeah, regress, yeah, sorry. Yeah, supposed to be Hamka's views on progress, yeah. Sometimes also regress he discussed. Okay. Now the key arguments, yeah, inside. Actually, he discussed a lot of things. I try to separate into, but I do not put under another subheading. But chronologically, I try to see how he understands history. Because usually when we talk about progress, it's understood as civilizational progress, historical progress. Yeah. So and Hamka also historian. He wrote book on history and so on. He discussed a lot of historical aspects. Yeah. So I try to see how he see this progress throughout history. Actually, he mentioned about ancient progress, Babylonian. He mentioned here and there, and also he talks quite a lot about how Muslim actually also has this kind of progress during Umayyad, during Abbasid, yeah, and how after that later on they started to decline. And what is interesting, Hamka mentioned more than one times, at least, that Muslims started to decline after the crusade. They won the crusade, but they started to learn from their victory. They started to enjoy, yeah, and then since then they start to regress, yeah, to decline. But the most serious decline actually happened after the fall of Baghdad by the Mongols. And at the same time, the West, Europe, yeah, I mean, after their loss in the crusade, actually they started to learn why we lost. Yeah, and they encountered Muslim. They went to Muslim region. They saw some of the achievements of Muslim. And because of this, they started to pursue their own development, their own progress. So this is part of the thing that discussed by Hamka, until at the end, in the 18th century, 19th century, we are very declined, and then the West very progressive, and some of the Muslim regions started to be colonized by the West. And he also mentioned what is the response of Muslim to regain progress. He mentioned about 3 categories. Yeah, the first one is historical. I mean, they want to go back to the progress, to the achievement during the time of Prophet Muhammad ﷺ and Khulafa al-Rashidin. And he criticized, this is impossible. We cannot go back to history. The second response is to abandon our tradition and value, and we adopt Western progress. He also criticized, this is impossible. We cannot neglect our own value. These are deeply rooted in our society. So he suggests, yeah, the third one, to regain progress, Muslims should return to the foundations of the Quran and Sunnah in matters of faith. This is the first one. And the second one, to compete in worldly matters for progress. And then, when it comes to what are factors to regain this progress, he actually mentioned here, and there are many, but I think I can conclude that he stressed 2 things. First is Tawheed, yeah, the importance of Tawheed, Aqidah, to regain this progress. And he also stressed the importance of akal, reason. That's why he, several times he mentioned about the importance of freedom of thought. Even when encountering criticism against Islam, he disagree with, for example, suppression, for example. No need for suppression. We have to respond intellectually to this kind of challenge. So this Tawhid and Akal are very important in his discourse about progress. And another important thing is he talks about balance. Actually, when he talks about kemajuan, at least in some of his books, he understands this especially about kemajuan kebendaan, material progress, kebendaan. And especially when he compared with spiritualism, he has admiration to tasawwuf, and he criticized a Western notion of progress that stressed too much to this aspect of kebendaan, materialism, while neglecting the spiritual aspect. So for him to reach the real progress, balance is very, very important. To balance between the two, material and spiritual aspects. Even he, several times he mentioned that today's Western progress is not balanced and neglects spiritual aspects, so it becomes cruel and brutal, even more than the primitive people. In the past, primitive people, they have conflict with stones. Now, they have conflicts with nuclear weapon. They killed more people with their progress. So, I think this is the last part. Though Hamka not mention a lot about this, but I sense that he believes in the perpetual change, the continual change and progress, but at the same time he points to the existence of the unchanging Tawhidic truth and Islamic religion. He clearly said that Islam is not changing. It is something already permanent. Okay, I think because of time already finished, I think I don't need to read my conclusion. I think one of the most important part is he highlight about the importance of balance in reaching this kemajuan. I think that's all from me. Because of time, I have, despite the topic is kemajuan, I have to mundur. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Alwi. Okay, my head of department just shared my picture just now. So I'm sorry if some of you cannot see me. I can only adjust the mic, but not my height. This is the actual height. So maybe you cannot see me from your seat now. All right, let us listen from another historian. Our second speaker today is Dr. Muhammad Helmi Muhammad Sobri from the Department of History and Civilization, in which he co-authored this chapter with Associate Professor Dr. Khairil Huzaini Jamil from the Department of Quran and Sunnah Study. They will guide us through this question: what is history for? Okay, negotiating exemplarism and historicism in both contemporary and Islamic thought. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Royal Highness, Tunku Azizah, Tunku Puan Pahang, colleagues, participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So I feel truly at home talking in front of you in this Congress. At least I know that I'm talking to people who share more or less the same concerns or belong to more or less the same field, because just now I received an email that invited me to talk about something in a conference on engineering. Nowadays, conference organizers out there just randomly send email to you without checking your background. So Yeah, which is why I feel truly at home in front of you. Okay, so this is a topic that I work with Dr. Hussaini. And, the title is What is History for? Negotiating Exemplarism and Historicism in Contemporary Historical and Islamic Thought. Okay, I hope there is a genuine problem that we are addressing in this topic. Yes, and okay, actually history has been written and studied since like maybe 2,000 years ago, if you consider Herodotus, the Greek historian, is the father of history. And it has been studied in many different forms and for many different purposes and aims. And you can also name some of the Muslim historians in the past. Maybe some of you know Ibn Khaldun, At-Tabari. Okay, so Romans had their historians, the Greeks had their historians. So it is an old learning. But of course, modern historical studies share some of the features of the history education or historical studies prior to the modern period. They were continuities from the past, but they were also fundamental changes. And these fundamental changes were mainly taking place in the 19th century. This was the time when modern historical studies was emerging. Okay, and one of the main features of history education or historical studies in the past, in the pre-modern period, was there was this encouragement for readers to read history in order to learn from historical actors, their moral characters, their conduct, and to emulate their good behaviors and their actions. This is what we call in historical theory as exemplary theory of history. So you read about these generals and learn from his characters, read about these emperors or these religious figures, and learn from his moral characters. So history is supposed to give you moral exemplars, what we call moral exemplars. And this is what we call exemplary theory of history, which was very dominant before the 19th century across different civilizations. If you go to the Roman civilizations, the historian will emphasize that. In the Islamic historiographical traditions, you have that emphasis as well. The Chinese, which was mainly influenced by the Confucians tradition, of course, also had that kind of emphasis. So you learn in order to know, to what they call it, because the past contains, the past is a repository of moral exemplars. So you can learn from people from the past. But there was a fundamental change that took place in the 19th century, and that is primarily because of the growth of a philosophical outlook known as historicism. And modern historical studies, when it was emerging in the 19th century, were actually emerging under the shadow of historicism. So it has still has until now some of the underlying assumptions of historicism. Okay, and there are some features of historicism, some basic tenets of historicism. For instance, it emphasized the fact that everything in the human world is the product of historical formation, so that's one thing. And they also emphasize that every historical period is unique. It should be treated on its own terms, okay? And so this has what they call it, the emergence of historicism has its own context. Because just before the time of the emergence of historicism, in the 18th century, the trend in historical writing was that during the time of the Enlightenment was that in Europe particularly, when people wrote history in the 18th century, they liked to write history as the history of progress, and normally they always portray European civilization as the peak of human progress. So that was in the 18th century. And so they looked down people in the past as culturally and intellectually inferiors. So the progress was a linear movement towards the modern time, so towards their time. So that was in the 18th century. So historicism actually emerged as a reaction against this Eurocentric tendencies in the Enlightenment historical writing. So which is why historicist thinker, they would say, you have no right to say that people in the past are culturally inferior to you. They belong to their time, and you should respect them because each people in their own context has their own reasons why they do things the way they do things. So each period has its own logic or has its own intrinsic value. So you cannot see yourself as above them. So that is wrong. So that was actually one of the reasons why they are emphasizing so much on contextual specificity and uniqueness of every historical period and culture. So it was actually a reaction against the Enlightenment philosophy of history, which was dominant in the 18th century. But the price that we have to pay because of that kind of reaction was that it led to the abandonment of the exemplary theory of history altogether. Because the moment they say people were like this or like that because of their time, so there's no point for you to say that you can learn or emulate people from the past because they are merely children of their time. So their actions, their conduct, their character, you cannot separate from their time. They are like two sides of the same coin. So you belong to a different time. So on the one hand, we can give credit to historicism. Of course, we have to be fair to them, to the historicist thinkers, because they were among the first to actually point out Eurocentric tendencies in Western historical writing. But on the other hand, they went to the extreme of reducing every period to like silos, like they are incommensurable. Okay, so each of them is unique. You have to respect them, and they have their intrinsic value, but at the same time, they are different from you. So that is, nowadays, the methodological imperative in history sometimes is like, you always have to see the past as a foreign country, right? Like you have to assume that the otherness of the past first. They are different from you. So that was is whether people explicitly say that or not, but that has been usually the practice or the assumption, implicitly or explicitly, in modern historical studies. So that means this is not entirely problematic. Of course, we cherish the historicists' encouragements to be contextual in our understanding and not to be condescending towards people in the past. Okay, but it is also problematic because you cannot then anymore learn from people from the past as moral. As role models. I mean, like you cannot draw a lesson from them as role models or see them as moral exemplars. Because whatever things that they do were simply because of their situations or because of their time. Okay, can you move to the next slide? So I think this is a serious problem as far as we as Muslims are concerned, because we have been brought up to think about the early generation Muslims as if that they are still alive. Like when people talk about the Prophet, the companions, right? Like people refer to them as if that they are still around, right? You don't feel like there is a historical distance. Like they live in we know factually or historically that they live in the 7th century, but because of the transmission of traditions and other things, we talk about them as if they continue to be relevant to our life, right? So and we always want to draw a lesson from their actions and their conduct. So that is what we do as Muslims. So if you abandon this, what they call element in historical studies, then so therefore there is a duality. If either you follow the modern historical studies mode of dealing with the past, with its tendency to othering the past and to reduce it to just what they call it. Something of its time, or you want to still say that we can still draw moral exemplars or exemplarity or moral lessons from people from the past. Again, I can give you one example. This is like this. So let's say if you have a teacher who lived in the 50s, and maybe someone say that he has a noble character, and then you should emulate his noble character. And then someone else says that, you know, you don't know the context. He was born in the 20s. He went to school in the 30s. The distance between his house and school is 1 kilometer. They walk to school, you know, and then he endured and survived Japanese occupation. So his character is actually made by his time, you know. So you go to the extent in such a way that then you feel that, oh, you cannot transplant the character to our time because the character is of its time. So maybe he's hardworking, but the nature of being, being hardworking in my time maybe is of different form. Right? So you don't anymore feel like you can learn something from the character as a person. You just see him as the product of his context to that extent. Okay. So I think the purpose of my study together with Dr. Hussaini is to reconsider this problem and to see to what extent can we integrate back moral exemplarism in the study of history, but of course without compromising the virtues and the contributions of historicism. Of course, we cannot. Which is why what we are doing here is not rejecting historicism wholesale, but we are trying to overcome it. Overcome the limitations. We're trying to reintegrate or rehabilitate the element of moral exemplarism in historical studies. We understand why historicist thinkers were very, very concerned about sometimes the tendency of historians to emphasize so much on moral exemplarity, because in the past sometimes people talk about characters of people without trying to understand the context of the character at all, to the extent that the ethical template is so dominant that there is no history, just people are good, people are bad. No, that is, of course, historical understanding is important, but still there is still a possibility for us to draw lessons or to draw moral exemplars from the past. Yes? Okay, my chapter, the structure is, I think, is quite straightforward. We're going to divide the discussion into two parts. The first one is background, moral exemplarism in historical writing and studies prior to the 19th century, moral exemplarism and Islamic outlook on life. 19th century, section 2 of part 1, 19th century historicism and the decline of the exemplary theory of history. Part 2 would be the discussion, Islamic perspective on the relationship between knowledge, seeking and self-development and self-cultivation as one of the principal aims of historical studies, because whatever it is, historical studies should not merely be about explaining about what had happened in the past, but it should also contribute to the person who's studying the past. Should lead to self-cultivation or self-understanding. So that should be one of the ultimate aims of not just history, but any form of knowledge, I believe. It should lead to the improvement of oneself. So when we believe that this is where moral exemplarism is important. And then section 4, the need to maintain moral spiritual bond and sense of continuity with our historical predecessors. So you cannot sever this sense of continuity and spiritual moral continuity with people from the past, even though they live in different time. So we should maintain that as well for our orientations. And finally, we are going to see how far can we reconcile historicism, exemplarism, ultimately speaking, how far can we draw lessons and exemplars from the past while at the same time remaining contextually sensitive. Okay. And so, and then finally, yes, I would like to end with this saying by Cicero. It has been disputed sometimes, but this is normally attributed to Cicero, Historia Magistra Vitae Est. So I usually, this was a famous dictum attributed to Cicero, a Roman writer, and when I was doing my undergraduate studies here many years ago, we got this saying from Professor Kopansky. We took with him Greco-Roman history. So this was like something that he always reminds us that history is the teacher of life. Historia magistra vitae est. And at that time, of course, we did not know what does it actually mean, but we like to say, like to use it in front of our friends to just to make us look intelligent. You know, you say something in Latin, in the original Latin, so. But after some time, after lots of reading, then I realized that actually this saying of Cicero is an ideal that has been abandoned. Actually, it is no longer, because the Romans is among the society that always look at history as the source of examples, more examples. So Cicero's intention is to say you should always learn from example in when studying or reading his history. But then I realized that this has been abandoned, especially in the West. It is no longer the ideal. So whether or not the ideal can be, the Ciceronian ideal can be revived, and then we will see in 2 weeks' time before the submission, right? The chapter. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Helmi. Okay, next, let us move on to another discipline. So far, we have listened from Department of History and Department of Quran and Sunnah Study. Let us move on to a presentation by Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Anwar Ahmad from Department of Arabic Language and Literature. He will be presenting on the topic, the Tawhidic Vision of Aesthetic in Islamic Literature. Okay, offering insight into how beauty and meaning are harmonized in the literary expression through the lens of Tawhidic paradigm. Please welcome.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Okay, there's a slight change to the lineup of the presentation because of due to the technical fault, which need to be corrected. Let us move on to the next presenter. Okay. Our supposedly to be last presenter today is Associate Professor Dr. Nur Azlan Muhammad Noor from my own department, Department of Sociology and Anthropology. He'll be sharing his research on Surah Al-Hujurat, verse 13, and its application to the Lanoh community. It is actually an Aboriginal community, highlighting how the Quranic principle of dignity and diversity can inform real-world social engagement. Please welcome Dr. Nur Azlan.
Initially I thought that I would be enjoying the last presentation, but due to some technical glitch, so I have to be in for the second last presentation, inshallah. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to everyone. My topic today will be on Surah Al-Hujurat, verse 13, and its application to Lanoh community. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this will be the distribution of orang asli. We have 19 orang asli throughout Malaysia. Asli throughout Malaysia is, when you say orang asli, is really it only refers to orang asli in Peninsular Malaysia. For Sabah and Sarawak, we don't call orang asli, we call it native. Orang asal, okay, of orang asli in Malaysia. So that. Yeah, yes, you're right. Yeah.
And I never use the word asli in Pahang because tuanku and I, we refer to them as orang kita.
Okay.
Orang saya.
All right.
And I did say, been reading a lot of history books lately. Even Hang Tuah is supposed to be an orang asli.
Okay.
Am I right there? Can you read the sejarah Melayu? Yeah, that orang Hang Tuah is orang asli. The difference is that they had orang dalaman and orang laut. I said then, if you were to do the DNA, we are all Melayu Nusantara. So yesterday in my speech I said there is no difference with me and the orang asli that you're referring, or I refer them as orang kita. We have the same DNA. We are all Melayu Nusantara.
Yeah.
That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Okay. Terima kasih. InsyaAllah. 14, okey. Saya merujuk kepada orang asli atau orang asal seluruh. Yeah. Okay, next. Okay, go to the map, please. Yeah, some books says 18, some books says 19, but on the map, if we can see here, Kensiu, Kintak, Jahai, Lanoh, Temia, Mandrik Pati, all these is Semenanjung. We have 19 tribes, 19 tribal communities in Peninsular Malaysia. But Sabah and Sarawak, we call it native or Sabah Sarawak. And we have to draw the line, and my focus will be on the Lano. Lano is a small community in somewhere in in Mungkin Kendering, Great Perak. So it's a very small community, and interestingly to know that Lano is a Muslim community, almost 98%. So 98% Muslim. So a very small community, not even reached to 300, around 200 plus. But it's only in Great Perak. That will be the Lano community, not other parts of the Semenanjung. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, there are many books on orang asli, yeah. Yeah, sometimes those days the words could be derogatory. They use the word sakai, which is unsusceptible, and now they change to orang asli and some to orang asal and so on. Okay, but I do understand. I do agree with Tuanku that orang asal, orang kita can be another option. Yeah, yeah.
So that ever since I hear them referring to themselves as orang kita,
Yeah.
I call them orang kita.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. But unfortunately, because it was contained in the law itself, in the federal constitution, and they have called orang asli.
Yesterday, Zahid Hamidi was referring to them all the way. He changed his speech. He was talking orang asal, orang asal.
Okay, I will use orang asal. Okay, through orang asal. Oh, okay, from a presentation. But under legal perspective, they have their own law itself about orang asli. Okay, and next. So here we have three categories of orang asal. We have the Negrito, Senoi, and Proto Malay. And as you can see, Lano comes under the category of Negritos. So just 2.8% Negritos, not many. The highest will be the Senoi group, 54.9%. And mostly the most educated one will be the Semai compared to the other ethnic groups. Okay, next slide, please. And this is the facts I could say to you, to everyone here. The orang asli are the indigenous peoples of Peninsular Malaysia. They represent just 1% of the total population of Malaysia. And we divided into three main ethnic groups: the Senoi, the Proto Malay, and the Negrito. As of 2018, the statistic shows that we have 178,197 orang asal living in 853 settlements areas. The majority of this are in Pahang. Okay, Pahang, yes, as mentioned by the Tuanku. Yeah. And the largest ethnic group is the Senoi, and the total will be 97,856, followed by the Proto Malay, 75,332, and the Negritos, which is around 5,000. So if you look at the history, we have this Proto-Malay, Neutral Malay, right? So it doesn't matter whether Proto-Malay or Neutral, we are all Malay. Okay? We are living in the Malay archipelago. And in terms of beliefs, and we have 35,975 Muslims. Okay? Next slide, please. And we have 19 orang asli subgroups. Some books say 18. Okay? This is a khilafiyah matter, all right? Okay. So some books say 19, some books, but on the map it shows 19. Right? So with the Negrito, Semang, Senoi, and Aboriginal Malay groups. Lano tribe is the sub-tribe of the Negritos, and now the population is just less than 300. Sorry. Lano is in northern part. Is in. Yeah, that will be in Johor, Muslim. Yeah, Mamri, yes, in the Carry Island, Pulau Carry. Sorry. Okay, all right. Okay, majority of the Lano they were hunter and gatherers. The way of life in precision tied to the forest. Okay, next slide, please. So how to rationalize it? So this is just the background of the orang asli, and I decided to have this model, AHI model. Okay, AHI model. Next slide, please. And this model can be rationalized to be used to understand the orang asli. And under this AHI model, we have 5 main ingredients. We have the as a Khalifa, that can be reflected under Surah Al-Baqarah verse 30, anthropological imagination, Surah Al-Hujurat 13. The Surah Al-Hujurat is actually the second ingredient for my Akhi model. And Sharia compliance, the third ingredient, Surah Al-Kafirun. Noble righteous deeds, Amal Soleh. We keep on saying community engagement all the time, but actually we can use the word Amal Soleh. It's much better. It sounds a bit more, that fits into our ingredients Islamization. Okay? Well, instead of saying community engagement, you can say Amal Soleh. Right? The righteous deeds you are going to do. And finally, number 5, whatever we are going to do is in the name of Ibadah. That can be reflected under Surah Al-Fatihah, verse 5 and 6. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the one I'm talking about. I just talked about Asal. Now I'm talking about the Surah Al-Hujurat. This Al-Hujurat, verse 13, is actually, this concept advocates the principle which emphasizes on our clear conscience and awareness that we are living in a society of the other. So that means this verse of Quran try to tell us that we are not living in our own community or in our own cocoon. We should go out from the cocoon and try to understand others. We are living in Malaysia alone. We have multi-ethnic society. We have Malay, Indian, Chinese, and non-Muslim, and orang asal, and Native Sabah, Sarawak. So we should be able to appreciate differences and similarities between the ethnic groups. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, same DNA. Yeah. Okay. All right. And next slide, please. This is the Akhi model which I proposed to you. So I think I should apply for patent to patent it actually. Because this is the key player. We were born as his viceroy, as his Khalifa. That is our duty now, to hold the amanah given by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that can be reflected in Surah Al-Baqarah verse 13. And the Asri actually, the A stands for anthropological imagination. Being a Muslim anthropologist, you should have a clear mindset. You know what to do. You can retain your levels of integrity because being a Muslim, at the same time you can appreciate others even they are not Muslim. The Lano community, 98% were Muslim. So there are some cultural beliefs that are still in practice and which against the Sharia. So that is a matter that we need to understand, and then we need to negotiate how we can go about understanding them and to do da'wah. Okay? And then as will be the Sharia compliance, R will be the righteous deeds, I will be the ibadah. And we're going to prepare the modules. Okay? And this module will be covering the core business here is we have to attack the family first. And then from the family, we can expand to sectors like education, belief, and whatsoever, or folklore, economy, politics, and so on. And then we can talk about the whole community. So, so my duty when I was in Alano community, I brought my students around 36 of them in the community. We tried to understand about Alano community. I was never been there before, so that was my first trip. That was way back in January 2025. Okay, I spent around 3 days, 2 nights over with my students. Okay, next slide, please. So these are the things that we do. It's okay. Okay. So if you read my name, Azlan Khai model, but you acronym Akhi model. So I think I need to pattern it. Okay. So, yeah, it's okay. No problem. Okay. It's all. So the rationale. So what we have to do in the settlement, we need to do the ethnographic study. We need to go for empathy. We go for text description, contextualization, case study, field teaching. All this will be part of our duty now. It's a lot of work to do, and it's nothing impossible. We can do it, inshallah. And what are the possible themes are going to cover? Next slide, please. Okay, and then next slide, please. So these are the things that we're going to cover: indigenous knowledge, folklore, cultural artifacts, health, disease, and illness. So we spent 3 days, 2 nights to cover all these 7 topics. Alhamdulillah, we managed to get it, even though in a very limited time, because I was with the student for around 36 students in the Villela community. It saved my time a lot in terms of data collection. Next slide, please. Okay, you can press the link if it works. Boleh tekan, boleh? Yes, okay. Mudah, boleh. Tekan ni, dekat link tu. Okay. No, that just one page. The module that I prepared. That will be the last slide, hopefully. Last, third slide, actually. Boleh? Tak boleh? Pergi pada folder. Make it larger. Zoom in. Oh, okay. This is one of the samples of the modules that we can prepare. We have to go in a different way. We don't talk about Islam per se, but we can just prepare the module. But along the way, we can introduce about Islam. The title of the module will be Herbs of the Lanoporus Trajanhan. So we have the theme, we have the overview, how to go about, and we have the objective, join the herbs of the Lanoporus Trajanhan. And we just, and then along the journey, we can talk about we as a Khalifa, this is the will of God. We can talk about Allah, the role of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. At the same time, we can also appreciate their cultural beliefs on the spirits. Yeah, the Muslim. 98%. 98% were Muslim, but but I have to say this: they are not really a practicing Muslim, but they are Muslim. They were Muslims. So we can go in and talk about. We can prepare the modules. We can talk about the role of the forest. At the same time, we can talk about the role of God in that forest. No, they still believe in their own belief. Yeah. Like Sewang, for example, Sewang. Yeah. So, for example, like Sewang, they have Sewang to welcome you, but they have also Sewang for the healing process. So the Sewang for the healing, that will cover the role of the spirits, and of course, against Islamic teaching. So, yeah. So they are in trance state and so on. So what we can do, maybe we can go in slowly and in a subtle way, and to introduce the concept of Islam. Right? So we don't say Islam, but we say it in a different way. Okay. So we can have the activities, the treasure hunt, and one of it is to herbs of the Lanoporus. So we can work together with them, the herbs itself, what they believe. The herbs can be for cooking, for medicine, and so on. Okay, next. Okay, I think that's one sample. This is one sample. We can have modules for folklore, modules for economy, modules for cultural artifacts. So we just play around with those, and then we go in as a Muslim anthropologist or Muslim sociologist. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. Go back to the folder, okay? Now, next slide. Okay, so my conclusion is to apply the AHI model to Lano, okay? And we can tie up together with the Tawhidic epistemology. Right, okay? Next. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Azlan, for your insightful presentation and also the input from Tengku. So let us proceed to our last presenter just now, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Anwar Ahmad, with the presentation entitled The Tawhidic Vision of Aesthetic in Islamic Literature. Please welcome.
الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Ke bawah duli Paduka Baginda Tengku Ampuan Pahang, Tengku Azizah Aminah Maimunah Iskandariyah binti almarhum Sultan Iskandar Al-Hajj, distinguished professors, associate professors, doctors, lecturers, and respected audience, brothers and sisters. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I apologize if my English sounds Arabic or German maybe, since this is my first time presentation in English. The title of the chapter toward a Tawhidic vision of aesthetic in Islamic literature. This presentation slides consist of the following sections: an introduction, a definition, 6 subtopics, and conclusions. Next. Western aesthetics influenced by Darwinism and Marxism often frames art and religion as opposing forces, challenging the secular and materialist view. The study seeks to define an Islamic aesthetic vision based on Tawhidic principles, where beauty is intrinsically linked to the divine. Next. Definition. Next. Toward an integrated vision, aesthetic and beauty in the Islamic worldview. Islam presents a holistic and realistic approach to human nature, addressing all its facets: the physical, spiritual, intellectual, and emotional, and enjoining that each be nurtured in a balanced manner. If physical exercise nourish the body, worship the spirit, and knowledge the intellect, then art nourishes the emotions. In Arabic, wijdan, specifically referring to refined art that elevates humanity rather than debases it. Next. The Quranic emphasis on utility and beauty. The Quran repeatedly directs attentions to the element of beauty. In Arabic, we call it al-jamal or al-husn, inherent in creation alongside its utility, al-naf'u or al-fa'idah. This is evident in verses that pair these concepts. In Surah An-Nahl, chapter 16, verses 5 to 6 mention the An'am. An'am, وَالْأَنْعَامَ خَلَقَهَا لَكُمْ فِيهَا دِفْءٌ وَمَنَافِعُ وَمِنْهَا تَأْكُلُونَ. Mention the An'am, cattle, as a source of warmth and food utility aspect, but also points to their aesthetic value. And in them there is beauty for you when you drive them home in the evening and when you take them out to pasture. Similarly, in the same surah, verse 8 stated that horses, mules, and donkeys are for riding, utility aspect, and for zina, yani adornment or beautiful. In the same surah, verse 14, explained that the sea is subjected to provide fresh meat to eat in terms of utility and to yield ornaments to wear, beauty. And the ayah before that regarding the horses and mules, وَالْخَيْلَ وَالْبِغَالَ وَالْحَمِيرَ لِتَرْكَبُوهَا وَزِينَةً. And regarding the sea, وهو الذي سخر البحر لتأكلوا منه لحما طريا وتستخرجوا منه حلية تلبسونها. This repeated Quranic motif establishes a fundamental link between beauty and the benefit in the universe, reflecting a divine intentionality to fulfill both the material and spiritual needs of humankind. Next. The believer's profound appreciation for beauty. A believer perceives the creative artistry of God in all aspects of the magnificent cosmos, seeing divine beauty in everything created and formed. He who has made everything which he has created best. قال الله تعالى الذي أحسن كل شيء خلقه السجدة, verse 7. Consequently, the believer loves beauty in all its manifestation as an effect of God's own beauty. This love is rooted in the divine principle taught by the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace be upon him. God is beautiful and He loves beauty. Sahih Muslim 91. Inna Allaha jamil wa yuhibbul jamal. The hadith corrects the misconception that aesthetic appreciation contradicts faith or signifies arrogance. True arrogance, the Prophet clarified, is the rejection of truth. In the hadith, the use of batrul haq and contempt for people, ghamtu and nafs. Appreciating beauty, in contrast, reflects loving what God loves. Next. The connection of beauty and creed, the connection of beauty to creed and tawhid. In Islam, aesthetic is intrinsically linked to the theology, the belief that God is beautiful and love beauty, anchors the concept of beauty, al-jamal, in the very attributes of God himself. This connection integrates beauty with core element of faith. It is associated with gratitude, as seen in the variant hadith. He loved to see the effect of his blessing upon his servant, Riwayah al-Bayhaqi fi Shu'ab al-Iman. It is distance from misery and destitution. In Arabic, the word is al-bu's wa at-taba'us. It is linked to high moral character, ma'ali al-akhlaq, and is opposed to vulgarity of or meanness, and isafsafuha. Thus, beauty is not a secular concept, but a theology one integrated with tawhid, faith, and righteous conduct. Next. Truth and sincerity as core attributes of Islamic aesthetic. Islamic aesthetic is fundamentally rooted in truth, al-haq, as the universe is a creation established in divine truth and purpose. Genuine beauty is inseparable from these truths and cannot exist in falsehood, al-batil. A profound aesthetic experiences arise from recognizing this truthful reality in creation, which lead to an or-failed spiritual return to God. Next. The expression of beauty or aesthetic in Islamic literature. Islamic literature integrates aesthetic beauty with moral and spiritual purpose, championed by the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ and his companions, who use poetry for da'wah and wisdom, while it embraces eloquent form across all genres. It rejects art that promote falsehood, vice, or immoral values. Ultimately, it is committed. In Arabic, we call it al-iltizam or al-multazim, al-adab al-multazim, where the ethical function and content are paramount, even as its artistic style evolve. Next. Conclusion. Tawhidic vision of aesthetic presents a radical departure from secular Western frameworks by grounding the perception and creation of beauty in divine unity, tawhid. This epistemology asserts that true beauty is not an abstract or a moral pursuit, but an integral attribute of creation reflecting the divine name of Allah al-Jamil, the beautiful. Therefore, Islamic literature and art are not merely for entertainment or individual expression. They are a form of worship and a means of discerning truth, al-haq. Their function is al-iltizam, commitment, to nourish the human soul, elevate moral character, and uphold the Islamic values of truth and utility. This results in a holistic aesthetic that seamlessly integrates the spiritual with the material, the beautiful with the beneficial, and the artistic form with ethical function, all unified under the principle of divine oneness at Tawheed. Barakallahu fikum wa jazakumullahu khair, wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Ampun tuanku.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Anwar, for your enlightening presentation. So we come to the end of the session almost, but not yet done. Okay. Thank you to all distinguished presentation for your enlightening presentation. As you have listened from each presentation, today has illuminated a unique facet or different aspect of Tawhidic epistemology, reminding us that knowledge, when anchored in divine unity or Tawhidic epistemology, transcend disciplinary boundaries and also speak volume to both our intellect and our soul. So our next section, of course, we cannot forget the Q&A session. I now officially open the floor for Q&A session. So please identify yourself and direct your question to which speaker. So please, the floor is yours to all the audience. Okay, anyone? Any question from the floor? Yes, doctor, please come to the mic.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Umar Mi from FITS. Okay. I have some few points to the history. History, yes. History, this subject actually very, very important, yes. Yes, his presentation. As you know, we know that from the literature left behind by ulama who lived in the Middle Age. I mean, Dr. mentioned this, Ibn Khaldun, there's Ibn Kathir, Nihaya Bidayah, his book, Ibn Khaldun, history book, and other great historians. In their book actually included all social sciences, and included political science, anthropology, sociology, even biography, yes, included inside their history book, yeah. And I heard recently the historical studies in our university is declining. I think the less students choose to register, yeah. Huh? Same, huh? I didn't know why. History is very important to, as Dr. mentioned, to our life. History. Actually, the studies of this politics, without history, no politics. Without history, no sociology. Without history, we cannot talk about this anthropology or this subject. It's impossible. Everything refers to history. Everything refers to history. Then history cannot separate from politics. From politics. So, yeah, that is my comments. Thank you very much. Huh?
Yes, history itself is a teacher of life.
Yes.
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 Yes, Dr. Alwi.
History, itself is teacher of life.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Alwi would like to respond, please. Yes.
This question is also related to what Dr. Omar has mentioned, right? This question is referred to Dr. Helmi, right? So there was a quote from Cicero you read, say, I don't know this quote by the Historia Magistra with East, or in English, is history is the teacher of life, right? And later, during modern times, we have a quote similar to that, yeah. Those who do not learn from history are doomed to fail, yeah. I think this quote is from an American philosopher by the name of George Santayana. Does it ring a bell? Right, so how do you apply this, yeah, in our situation as Muslim, right? It seems that when I read about Palestine everywhere, about the suffering, human suffering, especially Muslims, yeah, I feel why our leaders are always making the same mistake. We have been cheated in many agreements made, right? So are they not aware about that, And then we are people, I think, fond of repeating the same mistakes. From the time of Iqbal, I read about Iqbal. Iqbal also said, strategize yourself, to confront the modern world. And it seems that we have never done anything. We do something and then we go back to the past mistakes again and again. Is it the real leaders to be blamed or people like us to be blamed, right? So there's another quote, yeah. This quote is either from Winston Churchill or Napoleon Bonaparte. He says, history was written by the victors of war. So when we read British history or modern history, we are reading history from their perspective. They are the victors of war, yeah? So it can be misconstrued or, a bit slanted, to glorify themselves, right? So I leave it to the learned scholar to answer.
Okay, any response to the insight from Dr. Alwi?
Yeah, thank you very much. Of course, I fully agree with you. History is very important. That's why I learn history. And but yeah. Yes. Correct. Inshallah, a great challenge for me. But what is, I think we generally agree with this idea that history is very important. But now, in reality, sometimes for many people, in practical level, they do not really consider this. This is our problem. They do not really want to learn history. Why? Because our education, generally, the goal of education become not to study to get knowledge, but to get job. And it is not easy to get a job as a historian. This become general to many people. Actually, you can work in any field, but you can still learn history. You can still study history. And this is also our problem. Even our, I can say that our connection with the Prophet is actually, Allahumma salli wa sallim alayhi, a historical connection. We do not meet directly with the Prophet. We know him through history, Quran, Hadith, through history, right? So that's why this is very important. And when we forget history, and history written by the others with their interpretation, we start to forget our root, our identity, and so on. So I think it's very important to remind people. You can be engineer, you can be anything, in profession, but don't forget your history. You have to study history. I think that's my response.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I think history is the teacher of learning and knowledge. If we relate to the Quranic stories, Al-Qasas Al-Qurani, so we see the stories of previous and past prophets, nations, and events, activities, right? So here we can see how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala presented these stories, Qasas Al-Qurani. First of all, the purpose. The purpose is after each story, Allah mentioned, لَعَلَّكُمْ, for example, تَذَكَّرُونَ, تَعْتَبِرُونَ. See the ibra, the lesson. So this is totally connected with the Quranic qasas, which is the part of history. And the content, for example, stories of Fir'aun, a story of Ad, Samud and all. Why follow those nations due to their, dalala, their astray and their, disobey and disbelief. So here we can see the content, the reasons of their fall, and the reasons of their destruction, why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala destroyed them, right? So here also can get the lessons, and this is the learning point and the knowledge how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala presented for us, and also those stories where we learn and we are always encouraged, and also we learn something, and as a reminder as well. So Allah also reminds us, so we can see the stories, past stories are also as a reminder for us to improve ourselves and to correct ourselves, to go back to our origin, which is al-hidayah, and also the sirat al-mustaqim and all this. So the knowledge and the learning, why we learn, we acquire knowledge. The main purpose is to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So we always go back there. So I think that's all. Yeah. Thank you very much. Assalamu
Thank you
alaikum.
for respond. Okay, one respond from
Okay.
Dr. Helmi.
Okay, sorry. From my observation, it's not that nowadays people do not like history. In fact, compared to the time when I was a student, I think nowadays the young people are much more interested in history. There are many good popular history books being written for general audience nowadays, compared to my time. And people, if you, yeah, yeah, of course they got it from many different sources. That means they want to know about what happened, but they sometimes got it from wrong sources. Yeah, but that is a good thing. Also is the role of historian. In history, in any society, the number of historians have always been very small. Roman has only few historians. Muslims, there were only few Muslim historians, but of course, yeah, in our time, of course, like maybe me and Dr. Alwi, like in this room, yeah, but so yeah, but my point is, sorry, Dr. Abbas, my point is, what is important is to develop historical consciousness in the people, whoever they want to become. If they become an engineer, but they should be historically conscious engineer, or doctors. So each faculty should has a history subject. Actually, they should learn the history of their discipline, how they came about. So, I mean, that's what we want. We don't want everyone to become historian, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they should know. They should know at least, yeah, to a certain degree, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's important. Yeah. Yeah. Teaching method maybe is one of the reasons why people do not like history, especially at school. My wife teaches history at school, and at school, most teachers who teach history, they are not. The option is not history actually. So they are from geography, maybe from other fields. So I don't understand why, but that might be one of the reasons. So the teachers themselves, sometimes maybe if they are from other fields, maybe they are not truly passionate about the thing that they are doing, right? So that is very important because you want to cultivate this interest at a very early age. So that needs to be addressed. Yeah, I'm not saying that my teaching method is the best, but but what I'm saying is that it's very important, yeah. My approach is very orthodox.
Right.
But I think it's not that. I mean, yeah. I mean, when you teach history, you cannot just talk about the past. You constantly need to go back and forth between the past and the present so that they can relate. So that is one of the ways of doing it. So they can see things from yeah.
Okay,
So,
thank you very much.
Yeah, that's
I'm sorry, that's all that we have at the moment. That will be a last question and last response. Okay, for the last session, then of course, we're going to thank all our presenters who have been very delivering a thought-provoking presentation. So can we please acknowledge them as usual? Thank you also for all our participants for your presence. Without you, there's no Congress, Tauhidic Congress, and especially with the grace and the presence of our Tunku as our constitutional head. So before we end our session, can we have a photography session with respectful Tunku, Ampun Tunku? Can we have photography session together with the presenter and all participants? Okay, can you move to the center, all of you? Usual with the presence of our Tunku today, all of our authors today would be extremely motivated to sharpen up their chapters. You have a boost of motivation from our esteemed participant today.